Good afternoon. We are going to conduct a study session and get an update on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And I will turn it over to, do you have any comments?
I was just going to comment that I may be an indicator of what my interests are, but I find this exciting. This is a good status report about past accomplishments, as well as where we're headed in the future, as well as our financial planning as it relates to parks. And so this is something that Jeff and Jacob and Brett and Debbie have put quite a bit of work into, and I'm excited to turn the floor over to Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Screen. As we've done this for the past few years, where at the end of each given year, I've been able to have the opportunity to speak to you as a study session about what we've accomplished and what we're looking forward to, what's on our plates, what's coming up the next year, and then a financial update. Start with 2024 projects completed. We purchased our trash cans and had them deployed to all of our park system. And as we bring different projects online, as an example would be Pestinger Family Stadium, we purchased additional trash cans for that site. And we'll be incorporating these trash cans as those new projects come online. Pickleball courts were actually open last year. However, they really got to be heavily used this year. Very successful. We had a grand opening on April 24th. And as you recall, the project was funded by a donor group as a contribution to the Salina community. Courts have been very positively received. We have more tournaments than I expected to have for fundraisers and community groups wishing to do that. We had some concrete improvements as a phase 3 of 3 phases that we did for concrete improvements, and they were focused at 2 different parks. One was at the Salina Tennis Center, and then the other one was at Indian Rock. This photo you're looking at here, or the next slide, is concrete improvements at the tennis center, mostly sidewalks, where we improve the connectivity to the Salina tennis courts. And then Indian Rock was a little more involved, including parking, replacing the gravel parking on top of the hill at the lodge, providing ADA parking, and then also on the north end of the Indian Rock, where the shelter is, providing spots there as well. There were gravel spots there. We replaced those with concrete spots, painted and signed ADA parking as well on the north side of Indian Rock. The last of the Gypsum Hill Cemetery signage came in 2024. We were able to do the Glen Avenue sign and the Iron Street, thank you, in 2023, and this was the last. This is the Marymount entrance sign for Gypsum Hill Cemetery. Also at the cemetery, a master plan item was replacing 3 flag poles, and we replaced those in 2024 as well. This one is the one that's in the photo is in the center of the cemetery. We also have a flagpole by the mausoleum and one by the cemetery shop that were all replaced with a similar looking style flagpole. Adding columbariums to the Gypsum Hill Cemetery is also a master plan item, and this is now complete. As far as what was originally identified in the master plan, the cemetery staff, in conjunction with park staff, are also looking at adding more columbariums. They've already ordered the columbarium, and it'll be here, I believe, this year or in 2025. They're starting to prepare the area near the shop for that next columbarium. Oxbow Playground, added the playground this year, and then also replaced some benches around the art piece that's there. Downtown landscaping refresh was not necessarily a master plan item, not a direct one, but it was time to start refurbishing our downtown landscaping on 5th Street, 7th Street, and Santa Fe. Well, Santa Fe was already done, I'm sorry. 5th and 7th in the cross streets. Plant material is forthcoming for those areas. but they went more with instead of a mulch, they went with a rock solution for cover. Demolitions, the two photos on the bottom of the page are the demolitions we accomplished in 2023 relating to the former tennis courts at Oakdale Park on the north end of that former tennis court, and then also the skating pond that was demolished last year, and those were seeded by staff, and that is the recovery, the current status of the recovery of those areas. I believe the Smoky Hill River Festival and Arts and Humanities staff are already planning on making good use of those areas for this upcoming River Festival. The three photos on the top is at Sunset Park, and that is ongoing. That's currently happening right now. It's in its final stages. They've already been demolished. They're bringing in soil. The area where the horseshoes were has already been recovered or restored with soil to bring it back to the elevation we want it to be at. And I know last week they were working on the tennis court in that area. This spring, whenever the soil warms, they will be, our staff will be seeding those areas, and those will be on their way to being restored. Pestinger Family Stadium. There was an item about it for a premier baseball stadium in the master plan. Pestinger Family Stadium is substantially complete. There will be an updated slide for Pestinger coming up, and I have some of the things that are still ongoing coming up on that future slide. But the field is usable and it's reservable. And again, I have some things that we're still working on with that area, and I'll go into that on a future slide. Kenwood Park bathroom modernization. I think many of you, if not all of you, the commissioners saw the Kenwood Park bathrooms on a tour a couple weeks back, and that's the status of that. We finished that. We also, just so you know, as far as bathroom remodel, it's not on the master plan per se, but it was the tennis center. That's what they finished early 2024, the tennis center bathroom remodel, and turned that over to Salina Tennis Alliance for operations and cleaning. The train at Kenwood Park received a new fence around it, a new sign. Replaced the acoustical ceiling texture at Erickstein Stage. It was, the previous acoustical ceiling texture was starting to fall off in chunks, and we removed it all and prepared that for the contractor to blow in new acoustical ceiling texture. Didn't have many color choices other than gray. I wanted a different color choice, but it comes in gray and white. Cleaning of stone structures was one item was identified as far as the overall look of the parks and addressing those things. We found a company that does a soft wash technique, and we had all of our sandstone and limestone structures cleaned. Most notably Indian Rock Lodge at the top of the hill. I'm sorry, at the Indian Rock shelter and bathrooms at the north end of Indian Rock, the sign in Indian Rock, and what's not shown in the photo is the Statue of Liberty at Oakdale Park, and also those older style bathrooms at Kenwood Park, Sunset Park, and Oakdale Park. Those are all cleaned to remove that black pollution, or and I believe it's they consider it a type of blue-green algae that I read that they were addressing. So, disc golf signage at Thomas and Lakewood Parks was a master plan item, and those have been all replaced with updated signage. Bill Burke fencing improvements. Replacing fencing at Bill Burke was an item that was on the list for the master plan. And I showed pictures of the fencing. However, I have some more details about what else we accomplished at Bill Burke just this past year. The fencing improvements were done by a contractor. That contractor finished up in April-ish, and since that time we got through a ball season, and we addressed, we noticed some things we needed to address. We assessed what sidewalks needed to be jacked up. We had a contractor using foam to jack up concrete areas. We identified approximately 10 areas that needed to be raised. They were just sitting low and they were holding water. And luckily, I guess you can say, luckily, we had some rain events at the end of summer and very early fall where we identified all those areas that were holding water. We marked those areas of sidewalk, we mapped it, and we provided that to a contractor to address those areas. So the areas in which that were most notable to me in my mind were that area, that north-south corridor sidewalk on the north-south end of Bill Burke by fields 1, 2, and 3 that was jacked up. There was a connecting sidewalk between fields 7 and 8 that had held several inches of water, but those were all addressed with foam jacking of sidewalks. And when I'm talking about these areas, I'm really talking about the areas outside of the field. We addressed the interior of the field with our synthetic turf synthetic turf project in 2022, and then we did the fencing improvements, concrete improvements in 23, and then finished in early 24. So I'm talking about the fringe areas outside the field. We also assessed drainage during those rain events for water being held on grassy areas outside of the field. And we had water being held in certain areas, and we mapped that. We assessed that over those rain events as to what areas were holding water, and we made a drainage plan to address those to get that water to go somewhere. It is somewhat flat, so we had some opportunities to move the water to larger areas away from the field, away from the sidewalk, or to an existing drain that was part of the turf project to put in a new drain. So we were able to kind of get that water to go that area. The contractor completed that for us in October. And I guess I want to make sure everybody knows that I don't know if it will be a one and done solution. I think for the future, we're going to have to kind of keep an eye on these rain events as they occur and see where's water holding, make a plan, and make it happen to get the water to go where we want it to go. 3, park staff, park landscaping staff prepped ground for seed after the work was done by the drainage contractor, and they overseeded in October those fringe areas as well as some of the areas of the outfield on certain fields. As you might be able to tell by field 1, if you're driving by Crawford, that outfield was heavily taken over by Bermuda grass. They wiped that clean with several rounds of Roundup or some type of herbicide, and they did that as well. So they applied about 1,250 pounds of grass seed to the areas outside of the field, so to try to get grass established in some of those areas that were difficult to get established, whether they were heavily walked on, heavily driven on, or just held water and couldn't get those seed to take, or it has a lot of shade. So about 1,200 pounds of grass seed was applied this October. They're going to hit it again in the spring and look at it again, make an assessment to add more seed and overseed those areas again, as well as the field, I would imagine, the outfield. There were some trees purchased and installed at Bill Burke. And so some of the remaining items I kind of highlighted on, but overseeding in the spring, some more trees. There is a few handful of sections of concrete sidewalk that still needs to be replaced. We did consider adding these items for the future action item you have on your agenda today. However, we spent so much time and energy and material and seed, we did not want to risk having a contractor drive over those new areas of seed on our newly fringe areas. But we will be getting to those smaller sections of concrete sidewalk to replace those in 2025. Is there any questions related to any of the 2024 items at this point in time from the master plan? Yes, sir.
I might be the only one in town who didn't notice, but I take it kids' access to the train engine is no longer permissible?
Correct.
Okay. I just driven past here and just never noticed the fence. Yeah. Okay.
Our concerns relating to it was we've always had vandalism to some degree on the train. We also had an increase in it being used for shelter, overnight shelter. We felt it was time to make it a observational piece rather than a play piece. And amongst our staff felt that if we were to treat it as a play piece, then we would need to treat it like a playground. And it'd have to meet all the playground standards that a playground has, whether it be fall protection, some of the things sticking out, nuts and bolts length. And there were a lot of concerns on that train relating to some of those things.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we had people, kids, climbing on it beyond just the intended walking surfaces.
That's
to the
correct,
point that
yes.
That's where the safety concerns were coming from.
Yep, and we brought that to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and they approved, recommended to do so. Any other questions from the 2024 items?
I had a couple. When we visited the remodeled Kenwood bathrooms, and plus your picture here, I wondered why we weren't putting in vandal-proof fixtures.
So like stainless steel, porcelain bowls, and stainless steel sinks.
Right.
I think it was more of an aesthetic choice. It just doesn't look, it looks like it's a bathroom that has those things in it. I know we have a handful of bathrooms that do have stainless steel fixtures, one being the downtown bathroom, and some of the bathrooms that are the one bathroom at Jerry Ivy, the one at Lakewood, we just didn't like the look. Plus their porcelain sinks, porcelain toilets, you can get those relatively quickly, and if they were to be damaged, they can be replaced relatively quickly.
Okay,
but I think it overall is an aesthetic choice to not go with the stainless steel
so if
fixtures.
they do get damaged, it'll be a lesson learned and
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
Sunset Park, removing the tennis courts and horseshoe pit. Are there any plans, or is that just going to be a grassy area?
For now, it's ready for future improvements. It'll be a grassy area ready for future improvements. The neighborhood has made their opinions known to me quite readily. They do desire something to go back into the tennis court area. My intended approach with them, with that area, is to do an open house, a listening session for the neighborhood of Sunset Park, get their feedback, make a plan, get some estimates, get it budgeted, and get it before this group, before the city commission, and make a plan. There's been several opinions about parking lots, dog parks, multi-court space or multi-purpose space. That'd be a concrete slab with different striping for different uses. There's lots of opinions out there about what should go back in.
So Commissioners, you may recall that dog park in place of the horseshoe pits was something that came up at your strategic planning conversation, and I think we all collectively thought that was a pretty creative and a good idea. Part of the thinking was utilizing the existing fence, but I think we learned since then the size needs are such that space wasn't nearly the space that we would need to really have an adequate dog park. So that's why we didn't pursue that further. We're looking at dog park expansions and improvements elsewhere, but that footprint was just a little too small.
Yeah. I had something else to add to that, but the horseshoe area, when we mapped it out for what we could do, it was considerably smaller than any of the other possible choices for a dog park, for a future dog park. Additionally, that galvanized fence was really in bad, not in very good condition. It was heavily bowed on the bottom, and if you've driven by there, you'll see that that fence is gone, and including the fence that's around the basketball court, which will allow us to do that court resurfacing, which I have on a future slide about what we're looking at. Resurfacing all of our basketball courts in 2025. So,
Back to Commissioner Davis's comments about the train in Kenwood. Is there anything in place to maintain that and, spruce it up, paint it?
we definitely have some avenues that we're working on to work with Union Pacific for the decals or the that go on the train. I think Brett and I have talked to no less than 5 or 6 painting contractors about getting a quote to repaint it or resurface it. They don't seem to be very interested. It's a big job. It's a lot of detail. Metal painting is you have to do it in a window of time that has a proper temperature requirement. So there's not a lot of interest that I've found yet for someone to resurface or repaint the train.
Okay. And at Bill Burke, now that we've had 2 full seasons on the turf, has there been any significant issues with the conditions and turf?
No, not at all, actually. Well, I'll say not many at all, except for one. There was about a 10-day period last year in the summer where it was hot. It was very hot in Kansas, and there were some coaches that chose not to play, practice, or have games because of the temperature on the field at Burke. But that was during about a 10 to 14-day period in the end of July, 1st of August, end of July.
I bet they don't have winning teams.
I'm guessing they might have found another place to play. So that was the only thing that I heard from the performance of the turf.
But as far as it holding together,
it's been great. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't know if this is the time, but Sunday will be my 19th anniversary with the city of Salina. I think our parks are in the best shape they've been in the time I've been here. Between the funding that we've been able to get in place by way of the sales tax, the planning, the staffing, we've got plenty more on our to-do list, but I think we've made as much progress as I've ever seen.
Yeah, and so I observed that it seemed like a whole lot of money at the time, but they look very nice, the trash cans. And I think they're pretty functional. So,
I was a little bit worried that our staff, maybe some of our younger staff or female staff, wouldn't be able to get the trash can out. And then the habit was to tilt or tip the can, pull it out. They're not terribly high that you can't still tip that trash can. And they're heavy, but they still can be tipped and pull the bag. So I was pleasantly pleased by that. So we didn't get one of the tall trash cans that are in the downtown that you'll never get off the ground if you put it down. So, Park Improvement Fund projects for 2025. I won't read all these through you, but I will go through them somewhat briefly. As I mentioned, court resurfacing. We have 3 basketball courts, Pacific Park, Centennial Park, and Sunset, that we wish to resurface with a similar surface that we did at pickleball. It's an acrylic surface that has a sand component in it, a little bit of non-slip. And there's also the handball court at Oakdale, which will be resurfaced as well. We're getting quotes for that right now, and they're coming in quite reasonable. We have restroom remodels that we've talked to you about on the tour. We're in the middle of doing 2 at Oakdale and Lakewood, and we'll finish those up this year. And going on to Jerry Ivy Memorial Park for restrooms after that. We have playgrounds that we're looking at. We want a playground. We have a plan in the playground replacement plan to do Bill Burke Park and for Kenwood Park. We are planning to do Bill Burke Park after ball season this year. We're not going to try to get in there during ball season to do that. Kenwood Park is a small bathroom, small playground, and we intend on replacing that. And then depending on the sale of surplus land related to Glenifer Hill, we'll be able to move forward with that for Indian Rock as well. We've got painting, got fencing we like to accomplish. We got about 2.5 miles of fencing to replace. Most of it is at Berkeley Family Recreational Area. Site restoration, we'll finish that up. We like to do we have funding for this year, 2024, for concrete improvements. And some of that's at Oakdale Park. Some of it is at Berkeley Family. And we are moving forward with that. And then, as you're probably aware, for Jerry Ivy Park, we have that moving forward. We have bid opening for Jerry Ivy Park this Thursday, and my hope is to have a contractor to award bids to you to propose to you by December 23rd. Sunset War Memorial improvements, sand volleyball at Jerry Ivy Park to replace that, and going after Berkeley Family dugouts for fields 1 through 4 and for Matson Field. The Berkeley Family Recreational Area dugouts for fields 1 through 4 is a refurbishment. It's really a ceiling, roof, and paint, where Matson Field dugouts is a replacement. We need to do something different with those.
Are there any plans for, I know at Berkeley Family Rec Center, on those diamonds for scorekeepers? I know those booths they use are pretty old. They were there when I played. That was a long time ago.
Those are gone.
Are they now? Okay.
Yeah. When we purchased new score tables at Burke, we took some of the score tables that we had at Burke and moved it to Berkeley Family, and we removed the wooden structures at Berkeley Family.
And do we have anything scheduled for Bill Burke for scorekeepers? Are they under the shade structures now?
They're, depending on the location of the sun on a given day, we are investigating a proper way to provide shade for that score table. We could not find a score table that had integrated shade, but I think there's a way to engineer something, a clever way to provide shade.
I know those scorekeepers are sitting there in that heat, and they're just so it'd be nice. So
yeah,
thank you.
Provided the 10-year sub-CIP relating to the funding for park improvements. You can see the outlay of over the 10 years of the different projects we've identified. The second page of that is there's a table there. I wanted to make sure you knew that this table is an older table from October. There is an updated funding table at the end of this presentation. So I just want to make sure that this is not it's from October 24th. It was, and I copied and pasted it and included it, but then I realized I'm providing a more updated funding model for park improvement fund at the end of this slides.
And the numbers look better later.
Yeah, they do look a lot better. This had some assumptions in here. Assumptions that we would have spent all the funding that we received in 2024. It also made some assumptions relating to the Pestinger family funds and other funds that we typically fund from, or we did fund from transient guest tax. Animal-related projects for 2025. Brett behind me is the Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. He and I are working towards shade structures and modifying the gathering place and adding concrete for Barclay Park. That is on the 2025 animal-related projects that would be funded by the Animal Special Reserve Fund. The dog park at Parker Park, we did receive bids back for a dog park at Parker Park, which is next to Carver Center, which, as you recall, this would be the dog park that we were pursuing to remove the public component of the dog park that's behind the animal shelter and allowing animal shelter staff to use that area fully, and not in court have to work around the public or work around hours of operation for the public and hours of operation for staff. So this was an area that was on the other side of the parking lot to the south of Carver Center. The bids came back at $213,000, and that's the low bid from Ponton Construction.
And sorry to keep interjecting, but the other key note here is this is in direct response to Department of Agriculture inspection feedback.
Correct.
Understandably so, they instructed us not to mix public dogs and shelter dogs. And also, understandably so, I guess, that was not well received by the public or the patrons of the animal shelter. And so this is an opportunity to address that. I don't want to put the mayor on the spot, but we had a conversation on Friday, and you made a really good point about the number of people in this area through apartments, Lee Building, and otherwise that are living apartment lifestyles and otherwise that might take advantage of this location. I was a little startled by this price, and it was causing me to rethink a little bit. But I do think there's some density in the downtown that this would be right in the heart of.
It for 14,500 square foot site is what we proposed. It comes out to about $14.70 per square foot from the $213,000 bid price from Ponton Construction.
On the Barclay Park, I do notice, we've talked about the entrance needing to be adjusted and the shade structures, but I thought the commission had kind of given direction to add another, for lack of a better word, another cell. Is that not in the works for 2025?
I did not include it, but I realized I missed it. So I wrote it down. There is we are planning to look at an additional dog park section, if you will, for Barclay Park. Okay. It'll be as wide, but not as deep. It is not on the funding 10-year plan. However, so we're looking at that in hopes that we can include it into any fencing project that we do. And we include it in that plan and do so. The concern that came up recently was the fact that the runway gets frequently used by special events, such as the SCCA Racing Club or KKOA. And I did talk to SCCA today. It would further limit some area that they have to, if that was put in, that additional park or pod to the north, they have to keep a clearance between 60 and 75 feet. So it would push them further to the north, where they wouldn't be able to race as close as they normally have. He seemed that he wanted to, the representative of SCCA, I guess he was concerned about it, but he said if this is the direction the city goes, they'll make adjustments as they have in the past.
And we also discussed another dog park, maybe somewhere out south or something. We had talked originally about where the horseshoe area was at Sunset. Has there been any more thought process on dog parks out south, mainly with the new apartments going in and all that?
We really been focusing on, I've been focusing on this, but Schilling Park, I think would be a great opportunity for a dog park. It'd be on the southeast side of town. Southwest, sorry.
Yeah.
Southwest side of town. There's plenty of land. There's a future item you'll see under plan amendments that calls for Schilling Park to add trees and we're recommending to remove that from the plan as a proposed amendment. But I think Schilling has an opportunity to serve as a additional dog park on that southwest side of town.
I hadn't thought of that. That's a good idea. But yeah, 10 years ago, I never thought I was looking for more dog parks till we put Barkley, and it just amazes me at the usage. So, I mean, I think the usage speaks to the need in the community. So, I would like us to continue to keep that on the front burner, at least in my.
I think some of the other areas discussed were Indian Rock and Centennial parks for possible dog parks. With any of those areas, I think we're going to have to do some type of public outreach, open forum with that neighborhood to make sure that they're desire such a thing, comfortable with such a thing. So,
thank you.
I have a couple things for up at Barkley Park. With adding a pod, you seem to be going north. Why couldn't we go south?
Well, there's a row of cedar trees or pine trees there. It's also storage for staff going south of the dog park. We store the Jersey barriers that are used for KKOA there, right behind that tree row. There's also dirt piles that we have behind that tree row to hide that from the public. Playground mulch as well. So we use that area for storage. There is a pretty narrow strip of grass going north-south from the Barkley Dog Park to the south that it's just really too small to put a dog park there. So we're thinking north of the existing pod.
And there are still requests for restrooms up there.
Yes.
Is that the cedar trees?
No, the sewer line. There's no sewer there.
Yeah, I know.
We have to bring sewer 200 feet, I think, to make that a possibility.
So there was conversation a while back about that and the possibility of funding that with shelter donations. And personally, I was kind of receptive to, and not only would the dog park benefit from the restrooms, but what is now Wilbur Field would as well. But there wasn't much support for it at the Animal Control Advisory Board. I think more from a cost perspective than utility or
the cost of bringing utilities, water line and sewer line were relatively cost prohibitive at the time. Where some staff are speculating that as we improve ball fields and I think Tower Field is going to become more and more played on. It's just my gut feeling. It's not. And it's really just a personal opinion. And if it does get played on more, I think there's going to be a higher demand for a bathroom there. It's doable. I've talked it through with our facility maintenance superintendent, who's got a lot of experience with construction, and we talked it through, and he says it's possible. It's just going to be more expensive than a typical bathroom.
Well, I think with the volume of people up there, it's something we're going to have to take on in the future. Also, I was informed about the benches up at the dog park with the slats. Dogs getting their paws stuck down in between them.
Right. Those were the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, in the big dog park, they have a planks over it.
Yeah.
And I guess with the little corrugated ones, little dogs can get their feet stuck in the little. So, surely other dog parks have crossed this bridge before.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the answer is, but.
I think we create a set of specifications for a dog park or for a bench for a dog park that we can all be happy with. Those benches that we put there were from the former downtown. That were surplus from the downtown project. We put legs on it and put them around town, and thinking that at the time it was a great place, a great utilization of something that we had that was just in storage. And that's what.
Now you might observe over in the big park, there is wooden covers on them, and maybe we need to do that on all of them.
Okay. So again, a 10-year sub-CIP schedule for Animal Reserve Fund, Animal Special Reserve Fund. And then the fund balance. This I did not update later on, so this is as of October 30th. This is correct. Athletic field projects for 2025. We have a future item for you to consider for Matson Field regrade relating to the use of the Bill Burke Berkeley Family Drainage Funds. We're still working through those numbers and that project. We're should have that to you December 23rd at that last commission meeting of the year. Pestinger Family Stadium, we have irrigation project to irrigate the area behind the outfield, the berm, and the far corners of the foul lines to restore the area. That was not included in the Pestinger project relating to Salina Baseball Enterprises. Staff which wishes to have a new flagpole for the U.S. flag that would serve both Dean Evans and Pestinger Field. It can be seen from both stadiums. And then we'll get that irrigation project completed in January, and then be able to be ready for seed in the spring. And the Bill Burke concrete improvements that is on your agenda today, and I'll go through that in a little more detail today at that time. Financial updates relating to these two projects, Bill Burke and BFRA drainage. The fund balance is $562,000 from the original $4 million. Some items we have remaining from that is what I mentioned about is the Matson Field regrade. We still have a BFRA drainage to address the entire area, or the north-south area from north of Wilbur Field to Matson. And Pestinger Family Stadium project balance. These are total current expenses, $778,000. The fund balance from the original commitment of the city of $932,867, there is $154,815 remaining. There are some final invoices that have not been submitted from ATG and from the lighting company, Phillips Southern. So we're expecting those soon. There's some punch list items that both of those companies need to address. So the check request or submittal from the design and engineering firm of that Salina Baseball Enterprises selected, we'll provide those at some time. But these are city expenses. These are not Salina Baseball expenses. So these are our responsibility of this $932,000 total, and of that we've spent $778,000. Any questions about that at this time?
With the drainage and the regrade, it just kind of seems backwards to me to do a regrade before we address the drainage. But I remember talking about the drainage.
Well, I think we started down this path backwards when we put the baseball fields butted up against to the edge of concrete at the runway, and we've been kind of trying to fight our way out of that difficulty for decades. So we, as we brought forward a bigger drainage plan, that cost was pretty overwhelming to the point that the direction from the governing body was, let's back up and see if we can eat this elephant in smaller bites or come up with an alternate plan. And then I think there was a recognition that Matson Field in particular, as you drag an infield, you drag that dirt out to the lip of the outfield, and it had turned the infield into a bird bath, and so it was taking on water in and of itself. So the Matson Field regrade is really trying to get that field to drain correctly. And then staff has had conversations about some alternatives, maybe removing selected pieces of concrete out there to capture water, to create a buffer strip so it doesn't run directly off of the concrete onto the fields. And so we haven't got all that sorted out just yet, but I think we may be able to come up with an effective solution at less cost.
Yeah.
And I think the Matson improvement, it just improves playability independent of kind of that drainage coming off of the runway to some degree.
Well, I
That's correct,
talked and looked at Matson, and it's a mess.
It does have a subject to water coming off the runway.
And the bid numbers are in to the point we have a low bid that we can share?
We do. For Matson, I'm going to ask Brett to interject himself here. Go ahead, Brett.
Brother, obviously. So we got bids originally. I'm going to do this as quickly as possible because you're going to be hearing it in 2 weeks. When we originally solicited bids, we did it for sod to wait. That way we didn't lose access to our field. So those bids came in. The high bid was $289,000. We got together, realized that's a lot. That's too much. So we went back and basically took the sodding portion out, and it'll be seeded, and then it got that number down to like 185,000 for a complete regrade, and then seeding all of it back to what it was years and years and years ago. So you're basically getting a brand new surface from about 3 inches or so down all the way up, and so it'll be to answer one of your questions about the drainage. What we will still have to deal with the stuff off of the concrete runway, and that is that bigger project. But right now we have ponding issues on our field right behind second base in the outfield, and it makes it essentially where it's very difficult to play even long after a rain event has happened. And so this would at least make it to where it is playable, and then we can figure out the bigger project, at a future time. So if that answers that.
Thank you.
And Brett, you said the high bid was 289, but the low bid was.
Sorry. That's the low bidder, but when we take those things out, it lowered his bid by $120,000. So what we were going to recommend was that second option of removing the sodding portion, and it would be seeded, and that's $185,000 and some change.
By seeding and not sodding, do you lose like a spring season and part of the summer?
You would lose the field for basically the entire baseball season. So that was our predicament. That's why we started with the sod option. That's a couple week, 3 week, 4 week turnaround. You lose a couple games and then you can play. If you do it the seeding option, you want it for 2 growing seasons, which is the spring and the fall. You don't want someone to play on it as much as possible. In the best scenario, we could play on it later in the fall, but that would be the absolute best scenario.
So the solution to that is?
So the thought is, though, that we would have the spring season of 2025 construction and have it seeded in the fall of 2024, and then as soon as we can get onto it in the fall of 2025, and as soon as we can get it onto it in 2026. So we'll just have to see how well it takes. But if you look, we just did a field. Field 1 at Bill Burke, and we're going to be able to play on that one as soon as time comes around. So we think we can get all that done and not have to delay anything in 2026. So the plan is just to miss one part.
I guess we're going to discuss this in 2 weeks, so we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, I guess. But since we're discussing it, you brought it up.
Actually, I think I did, but okay.
So if we were to do the grading and sod, when would the earliest you could play on that field be?
If we did it immediately, like the original plan stated, you could probably be playing on it in late May, probably maybe mid-May.
But you do have an alternative in mind in terms of where to relocate to, correct?
Yes.
Which is?
Recreation staff would most likely use more Tower Field through the summer and use Pestinger Field at the normal rates of what Pestinger Field would charge. And we do have a relationship with UST 305, so their recreation staff, our recreation superintendent, Travis Shaley, he thinks it's doable, and it was not a huge concern to him he will make it through a season without Matson, if that's the case.
Who uses Matson? Is it Sacred Heart uses that during the spring?
The homeschool baseball, Sacred Heart, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I talked about proposed concrete improvements. I mentioned Oakdale Park, but some of the other areas, Kenwood Park, replacing sidewalks that are in poor condition, replacing some medians and islands in different parks. Sunset, the entrance to TPEC, Markley Road entrance, replacing that with a stamped concrete, and new curb and gutter, stamped concrete. Berkeley Family Recreational Area, behind the shop there, he has a storage area, concreting that. Also creating a storage, material storage area behind the shop so we can remove the red dirt storage that's in front of, in between fields 3 and 4. We can relocate that away from that area and improve that site. As you pull in there, it's the first thing you see is that material storage that's there now. Jerry Ivy Memorial Park, we have some sidewalks that need to be replaced that are not part of the Jerry Ivy project. And Thomas Park has some gravel parking lots to go to concrete. Oakdale Park, new sidewalks for bathroom and pickleball courts, replacing gravel paths to concrete, a small shelter pad, and a park maintenance storage pavement. There are also some parking pads on the south end of Oakdale Park that are gravel currently, that we are pursuing a partnership with Public Works as part and parcel with a paving project at Oakdale, and that should be done before. I believe our goal is to have that done before River Festival. So, any questions regarding 2025 projects?
Yeah, project I don't see on there that I've brought up before perhaps is the parking at Bill Burke.
Yes, I know Public Works has been taking that, looking at a novel solution for parking at Bill Burke. It's still in progress. It's not in a position yet to be talked about publicly. It's still kind of working through the engineering and design process. It has great promise of what they're working on to increase the number of spots available in the total park. It also has the ability to include a drop-off area and drop off wherever you might be playing at. It's changing the site, the parking site, as it is quite a bit as you would know it now. So it requires some more design and engineering that I think we're just not ready to talk about yet. But I think Public Works had taken it very seriously to look at how kind of reimagining what parking could look like, looking at other options or other parking solutions at other ballparks statewide. And then, it's really quite ingenious what they're thinking about.
Okay, thank you.
Last couple of years, I've provided several slides about actual status of the 187 items of the priority list of the master plan. If you recall, in 2017, the master plan was adopted by resolution, and then a year later, we came back with 187 items of deferred maintenance of the master plan. And we've been organizing those, sorting those, assigning categories, assigning scope of work to those, and then assigning, and today is some of those results, whether they be completed or something that staff has identified as this is a annual maintenance, whether it be a yearly, bi-yearly, or tri-yearly plan to address this. Some items are river renewal related. Playground replacement plan, restroom plan, And then we have proposed amendments. Proposed amendments to remove some items to you. There's not an action item today for this. However, there will be a future action item relating to a proposal to remove certain items from the master plan for various reasons. Also, just as to note, as we move closer every year to sunsetting this master plan or this version of the master plan, and I'm hoping that day comes because I'm excited, and I'll we'll take a day or two to pat ourselves in the back. But then we continue to have some work to do. We still want to identify. We still are always identifying opportunities for improvement to improve level of quality, to provide better service delivery for our programs. So I just want to make sure that you know that this is an ongoing process. And the last item there, the city manager and I, city manager has driven the park system and added several items. I'll leave it at several, but there are a lot of items.
Earlier when you said as we move closer, I thought you were going to say the city manager keeps moving the end line.
No, I'm really thinking of the 187 items, and that's someday we can hopefully sunset those and look at a future master plan or. But I just think that's the level of quality. We're looking at the detail that goes along and applying a critical eye to our park system, or our facilities, or our bathrooms, or our playgrounds. And that critical eye is important. I'm not going to read all these completed items to you, or underway items, or annual maintenance, or river renewal. There will be some things I point out along the way. Some of the, the ones that are coming out to me are Jerry Ivy Park, the pond. We addressed the pond, and we're moving forward to an improvement to that. Benches, fountains, playgrounds that we have completed, the painting that we have completed, and the repairs to gazebos, the repairs to shelters.
Did the Lakewood South bathroom get redone from the fire?
It is in the process of being redone. It's one of those on a bathroom plan for this year, including the 3 bathrooms at Oakdale Park. Lakewood bathroom will be one of those as well. So we're using some funds that were received from the insurance company and coupling that with park improvement funds for the bathroom plan. So by the end of the year, those 3 bathrooms at Oakdale will be renovated, and Lakewood Park. Yep.
The end of this year.
End of this. I'm sorry. End of 25. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, end of 25, not the end of this year. No. Looking through, briefly perusing the list, I concrete picnic tables. There was several items on the master plan relating to concrete picnic tables. We are still addressing some of those tables and removing some of the tables that, especially ones that have chip corners or exposed rebar. We did a lot in Oakdale and Sunset last winter, and this year will be Kenwood Park, where the train is. There are 13 concrete picnic tables in that park, and we're going to reduce that down by some, and just because of the the damage that some of them do have. And then eventually we'll kind of convert this into an annual maintenance item, where once we look at it, we'll inventory the tables, assess them, and if they do get damaged, we'll remove it in a future date. We removed merry-go-rounds from 4 different parks. We did that a while ago. added signage, park signage to all of our parks, our modernized park signage. And then on the annual maintenance item, this is the area that I mentioned that it wouldn't necessarily stay on the master plan, but it would go towards a annual maintenance program of these items that are on this page. And we would assign a cycle to that, whether it be 1 year, every 2 years, every 3 years, that these would be addressed, whether it be painting or adding limestone gravel to trails or refurbishing, replacing engineered wood fiber mulch on playgrounds, or doing the soft wash on limestone. Those are all what we consider annual maintenance items now. Now that they're completed, they're moving to the annual maintenance category. Playground schedule, Indian Rock North. We did talk about that recently with the potential sale of Glenifer Hill, using those funds to put a new Indian, or I guess it'd be a new playground at Indian Rock Park, but in replacement of a Glenifer Hill playground.
Has that property been listed for sale?
I just received notice today the protest period has run without protest, so we can get started now. But it was literally Friday of last week or today was that protest period deadline.
Yep. Wanted to point out Centennial Park Playground. There are 2 playgrounds at Centennial Park. The north playground, it is our intention to remove that playground, but also add to the playground structure to the south, on the south side, or more southern playground at Centennial Park, which would allow us to have some more space to look at a future skate park. Restroom plan, these are items on the master plan. We're in Oakdale Park right now. Lakewood Park North, which is the open air style bathroom. We'll be looking at that in the future, most likely 2026. And Sunset Park, we'll be looking at Sunset Park. There are 3 bathrooms in Sunset Park that are the older style bathrooms that we'll be looking at in 2026 as well. River renewal items that are on the master plan. These items have been shared with the HDR, the river renewal consultant, just so they have a basis of the items. Projects underway. Still working on painting. The backyard deck behind Lakewood Discovery Center, we were replacing treads. This at one time was completed. However, we put it back on because it needed some work and needed some help. And I believe this might already be completed. I don't know as of right now. Veterans Memorial, working with that group. Bill Burke Park drainage, I talked about the under drainage is there for the fields. However, drainage as a whole site is something we're going to be continuing addressing and looking at. Court painting, removing chain link fence. We removed the chain link fence from Sunset Park basketball just recently.
About your Sunset Park Bondi Field there. Is anyone play on that, or?
It is often used for those 8 weeks of practice leading up to league baseball, April through early June, April through end of May. It is often gets used for that. The bonding field fencing is identified in the fencing improvements that we're pursuing. So removing the galvanized fence and putting in black coated vinyl fence, mesh, keeping the poles unless they need to be replaced because they're damaged or the footer is bad. Then remodeling or refurbishing the dugouts, similar to how we're doing at Berkeley Family. And that's our.
Does anyone play games there, or just practice?
There's no games there, just practice.
With some improvements and some of the other things we've got going on at other locations, seems likely that it could get more use in the future. It's just kind of a fallback facility at the moment.
Yep, they certainly could. So the remaining the remaining slides of the 187 items were proposed plan amendment to remove certain items from the priority list. This year in April, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board reviewed the list of recommendations from staff relating to the items to keep or remove from the list, from the priority list. The following slides are the items recommended to remove from the master plan with some level of justification as to why. Glenifer Hill, these are the 5 items. There's actually 4 items total identified in as part of Glenifer Hill. And just before we get through these, this is not a request or an action item today. This is a future action item that you're going to have for your consideration. Proposed plan amendment, maintaining the agreement with USD 305 for Schilling Park and Kennedy Park. It was my recommendation to not abandon the agreement that the master plan says with USD 305 for these 2 parks. Matter of fact, we're making improvements to those parks on that property. That is a long-term agreement with the USD 305. So that's my recommendation is to remove these from the plan, or the priority list, I'm sorry. Recommendation to not add additional softball fields to Bill Burke. So the original master plan called for adding 3 additional softball fields to Bill Burke, and then adding additional connectivity or sidewalks to those additional fields. It would be taking the area that's known as the soccer fields at Bill Burke. There's a soccer field A, B, and C along the river, and converting those to softball fields. It was our staff recommendation to maintain those and continue maintaining those as soccer fields, or including finding an opportunity for future parking improvements using that area. Recommendation to not complete these projects due to the low use of Country Club Park. It is a very nice park. It's a nice neighborhood park. There were 4 items associated with Country Club. We feel the use, it is a somewhat of a low use of park. Adding a perimeter sidewalk, I believe is not needed. Some of the items relating to Country Club, it used to have quite a bit of flooding, but once the street project that went through there, 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, that seemed to improve drainage in that whole area quite a bit. And lastly, the shelter that's there, I believe, is a very nice shelter. Calling for replacing that gazebo with a shelter, I just don't believe is necessary. These are recommendations to not improve the selected landscaping items due to our current staff of landscaping staff. I think they're taking on a lot right now, whether it be the 9th Street corridor, which is going to be on their plate for 2025, or the downtown landscaping, to add more of areas of responsibility. I think it's just not something we can have the resources for in our current staffing model. For improving the turf of areas, a turf of active play areas at Parker Riverside, You see the item for Schilling Park, which I think that would be better suited for a potential dog park. And adding landscaping at Hawthorne and Steve Hawley. And these are I think this is a couple more pages. You know, some of these items are unavailable or we believe a poor location for the suggestion made in the master plan. Several of these items were for Kenwood Park to incorporate plans with Kenwood Park. And what I mean by Kenwood Park was where the tennis site is now. So since the tennis center is there, the possibility of making some of these suggestions in the master plan is no longer possible, whether it be a destination feature of adding a signature skate park. We just don't have that kind of space to site such a thing because the tennis center is there now. We believe the playground at Kenwood Park should remain where it's at, adjacent to Oakdale Park. If Oakdale's parked because of River Festival, that's the only playground available other than Olivia's playground, possibly. There's 2 large shelters at Kenwood Park.
Does the city maintain Olivia's playground?
It does not.
That is all private.
That is hospital.
Okay.
The hospital maintains Olivia's playground.
Well, it looks very nice.
It is. If you have any questions about any of these, and if I don't bring it up, please ask.
Something that I've asked about previously, and I don't know if I've ever seen it on a list, is bicycle maintenance stations. That seems to be a common, popular thing. Have we explored that at all?
I'll be honest, I have not. But I certainly can. I have seen bicycle maintenance stations at, I have seen them before. They're just not, obviously not in our park system. But I certainly can look into that.
Okay, thank you.
One thing on here, the 2 items for Thomas Park, adding a bicycle playground, including ramps and a pump track, and funding the design concept by the master plan consultant, which included that pump track and BMX park, and also included a dog park. Staff believes that Thomas Park is something that should remain somewhat natural, like Lakewood is, like Indian Rock is. I believe there's other better areas suited for a BMX track or a skate park. The Centennial neighborhood seems to want to keep that skate park in their neighborhood, and thus our recommendation. A few more. Lakewood Park at the Discovery Center. These are 3 items on the master plan relating to the Discovery Center. One was a duplicate item. It was on there twice. We've had a building assessment done by our facility maintenance superintendent. We believe that the foundation is stable. It is a very old house that the Discovery Center is housed in, but it is a stable foundation. And this is the last slide. Some of these areas are underutilized by the city, whether it be Felton Park or Some items at Woodland Park. We did add some lighting to Woodland. I'm sorry. We are going to add lighting to Woodland Park by the playground, similar to how we did other playgrounds at Pacific Park, Thomas Park, and Berkeley Family Playground, to provide some level of safety and security lighting for the neighborhood. At Lakewood Park South, we recently improved that playground with the Great Plains Playground, and that's now in the playground replacement plan to address future things with that playground. Is there any questions related to any of the project statuses or the plan amendments?
And Jeff, I think you mentioned it, but just to clarify, this has gone through the park board in terms
It
of
has gone through the park board. It was April of this year that the park board received some of these items as proposed plan amendments. They did have opinions about keeping certain ones and removing certain ones. They did have concerns about removing from the plan certain things that are very important or very such as there is adding a feature to Kenwood Cove is on this list. The price tag for an additional improvement at Kenwood Cove is $2 million plus, and that was 5 years ago price. As it sits now, Kenwood Cove is a very good water park, very good medium-sized water park. We have a maintenance plan for it and funding associated with that, and we're maintaining things as they need to be maintained. It's probably not the right time to be looking at a $2 million plus improvement to Kenwood Park or Kenwood Cove. But is it possible? Yes. By removing it from the plan, it doesn't give us, it still gives us the opportunity in the future to look at opportunities for improvement park-wide, city-wide.
Is the solar installation at Kenwood Cove functional now?
The solar installation at Kenwood Cove.
outside the fence north of.
Sorry. We have this Wednesday, matter of fact, they are, we have a meeting with them to do training. And then pass it off to staff, pass it off to the city. There's a maintenance training, and then there's a operational training. There's a dashboard we can look at. So we're going to get all that on Wednesday. I would not say it's operational until that has been completed.
One other question. As all these projects are completed, they are automatically put on the routine maintenance schedule?
It depends what it is.
Like painting, I don't know how you have to paint a
Painting
bathroom.
definitely is an annual maintenance, can put on the annual maintenance list item, whether it be 3 to 5 years. Yes, painting for sure is now becoming an annual maintenance item.
Right, so you could predict 3 or 4 years from now how much staff you're going to need.
Right.
For all
or a funding
ongoing maintenance.
or a funding request to have it contracted.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And has it done? Do it as one large project.
And most of that, with the current staffing, likely to be contracted, or?
We've been, for the past 2 years, 23 and 24. 23, we did mostly shelter houses. We had that contract painted. And that was the exterior facing surfaces of the shelter houses. And then last year, I guess we finished early 24 of the shelter houses. And then we started looking at additional items that needed to be painted, and that was contract as well.
Okay.
And now we're down to the small things. Sign holders, wood fences around trash corrals or dumpsters, or areas that are providing a visual barrier to something that's not as pleasant in the park, whether it be electrical components or electrical service from Evergy or whatever. So we're painting those and making a consistent color and scheme and theme for our park system with that paint.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on. I think I got a handful of slides here left. Park Improvement Fund Balance. This is the current up-to-date as of December 2nd fund balance of the Park Improvement Fund. The second item is the 1.8 million authorized transfer from earlier this year, January 1st of this year, that was contributed from your authorization to the Park Maintenance Fund. The expenditures to date, 1.6 million, and being removed from that expenditure from this year is the transient guest tax. Being added to the plan, Park Improvement Fund, is a transient guest tax relating to Pestinger Field, items from the general fund relating to Pestinger Field, the CTX, which is the unit, bathroom units that we purchased for Bill Burke, that was given credit back to the Park Improvement Fund for that purchase. And then the drainage project that we did 3 years ago at Bill Burke was being applied towards as an expense towards the Park Improvement Fund. So the fund balance as of 12/2, just over just over $2 million. $2,042,401, and then the addition of proposed addition of funds for 2025, and then the potential budget expense from the 10-year sub-CIP relating to park improvement projects. So, and then I think Debbie also provided a kind of a pro forma for the next 5 years of what that looks like, assuming a $500,000 a year addition or contribution or authorization from you to the Park Improvement Fund. And if I didn't categorize that right, I'm sure Debbie would be willing to correct me.
Yeah, as you may recall, that $500,000 is the budgeted allocation from the sales tax. So it's the park master plan funding that we have in that broader sales tax fund budget.
Thank you. I did a couple other funds that Parks and Rec looks at. The Special Parks Fund on the left side of your page is the fund that we use to fund playgrounds replacement plan with, and so that 2025 budgeted revenue. The budget expense. The second from the bottom is relating to Bill Burke and Kenwood Parks, which is what we proposed on the the playground replacement plan for 2025. The Neighborhood Parks Fund is a small contribution from to a fund from the development of neighborhoods and housing in neighborhoods. They pay a small portion to a fund for different zones across the city, and depending on what zone you're in, then there's funds applied to that zone, and the funds are to be used for parks in those zones. So I probably didn't. I may not have explained that very correctly, and if you have more questions about that, I think Debbie might be able to answer better than I. We provided a turf replacement fund pro forma. There's 3 pages associated with that. And matter of fact, I will let Debbie speak to this if she would.
Thanks, Jeff. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. We wanted to re-present this. We presented this a few months ago when we had some conversation about that. This is a pro forma for the turf replacement fund. As you know, we have an agreement with Salina Baseball Enterprises that certain funding goes into this fund, and then the expectation is that at some point we'll have the funds available to replace turf at those fields that we've turfed. So the top portion of this is the revenue. The contributions are an annual contribution from the Chamber of Commerce, the fees from Deans Evans and now Pessinger. We've allocated that in 2024. That amounts a little over $23,000. We've almost doubled that in 2025. That includes the increase to the fees that we just adopted not too long ago, and the addition of the fees for the Pessinger field. The city match is up to $25,000 of contributions and fees, so we anticipate that that will happen each year. And then the transient guest tax allocation for the park, for the field improvements amount that goes across there. On the expense side, we've allocated a certain amount for operating and repairs and operations for the field, which would be like patches or something like that on the turf. We haven't had any expenses in 2024. I've left that number in there, but we have not incurred any yet. The second line item is the debt service payment for that turf that we did debt finance for Bill Burke. That goes out for 10 years, and those are actual costs. The next line is the amount that we took out of this fund to pay for that improvement in the park maintenance fund for that Pessinger field. As part of that conversation, I looked back on that study or that meeting of last week and what you kind of directed us. We didn't go out with a specific direction from you, but what we got from that direction was we didn't want to debt finance the Pessinger field. However, we would be willing to pay for that additional amount out of the general fund and possibly have the transient guest tax pay the general fund back. So I added that to this pro forma. And as you can see, what I did was I took whatever was excess in what we believe the transient guest tax would be, and I applied that back to the general fund. As Jeff mentioned, we had budgeted about $932,000 for that field. We've spent less than that, but and transient guest tax had $638,000, so left about $295,000. That would be about $20,000 over the next 10 years to pay back the general fund. My recommendation would be, with the amount of money that we have in the general fund, is just to pay that $238,000 out of the general fund and not have to worry about this tracking and transferring every year. And that leaves that amount, that little bit amount, if something else does come up, tennis or some other project or something comes up, that we'd have that $20,000 or $30,000 in excess transient guest tax to move forward. That's not how I presented it, because that's not kind of what the direction was, but that would be my recommendation. And then I show in this pro forma the other thing that we talked about the last time we presented this was inflation. So I went in and I went into the inflation factor, and I took the $605,000 that we believed that we were going to pay for turf for replacement at Dean Evans, calculated that out as a replacement cost in 2031. Comes out to about $695,000. I still believe that for that particular field, we'll be able to pay cash at that point. And as we go forward, for the Dean Evans field, I believe in the pro forma we'll be able to pay cash for that particular one. And then we'll still have to debt finance the funding for the replacement of Bill Burke and Pessinger field when we get to those points. But it does look like the pro forma does support all of that activity. So I just wanted to kind of explain that as we went through. And I hope I addressed questions that you had the last time we presented this.
And just to clarify, that second round of debt would essentially be rolling over the current debt.
Yes. It would come into effect after we paid off the current debt. And it does overlap a couple years because Pessinger and Bill Burke will kind of overlap a little bit, but it still will support it because that's a smaller debt finance than we had for Dean Evans. Any questions on that?
So, Commissioners, there's a lot going on there, but similar to conversations we've had about other capital improvement planning and fire apparatus replacement schedule, that type of thing, our goal all along has been to build a pro forma that doesn't just solve the immediate problem, but provides you an ongoing perennial replacement schedule. And so we think we've done that. we'll see what transient guest tax performance is going forward, but have every expectation that just due to inflation and continued activity that'll stay constant, if not increase. So we feel pretty good that we're wrapping up the Dean Evans, the Pestinger Field projects. We're getting those costs finalized. Now, having said that, we also will be bringing back to you just fees in general as it relates to Dean Evans and Pestinger Field. Those numbers need to be appropriate in and of themselves. I owe you quite a bit of work product in terms of providing an overview of the history of how we got here, the provisions of those different development agreements, and we can take up those fee schedules somewhat independent of this. But I feel very good about the financial analysis and planning we've done to not only get Project 1 out of the way, but give you a roadmap to maintain our facilities into the future.
On the park improvement fund balance, we're putting $500,000 in there. Do we feel like that's adequate? Is that a number we need to look at? I mean, as you get into 2027, 28, 29, you show spending all that, but again, with inflation, with the continued maintenance we're doing, is that going to be adequate?
Without having, well, let me answer it this way. I think it's adequate unless I do the presentation to you for to request a different level of funding based on X, Y, and Z projects. That's what I would anticipate. As we get towards that second phase of the master plan, where it talks about improving what we already have instead of addressing the deferred maintenance, those types of projects will be more, I wouldn't say more frequent, but those would be more than likely what you would see, whether that be a skate park, a pump track,
Indian Rock Shelter,
a park improvement plan for Centennial, a overlook plan that would address our overlooks in the city, or relating to the river renewal, and this is what the master plan, how that incorporates. That's what I would anticipate you seeing from me and our staff.
Oh, and then I would add that that sales tax spreadsheet that we put before you frequently has a number of different categories and columns in it. The thing that we need to do as staff from a budgeting perspective is account for inflation. It's awful easy to, if there's any growth whatsoever, take on a new project when streets are going to cost more just to keep doing what we're doing. We need to be vigilant to say, are we inflating each one of these recurring categories appropriately as our revenue grows, rather than siphon that money off to a new project that just dilutes our ability to meet expectations.
That's a good point, because that 500,000 has been that same number for a very long time, and we've always tried to plan down to the 500 rather than look to see what needs to be done and increase that number a little bit so we can get, because the longer we defer maintenance, the higher the price it is for whatever was at the end of the list.
And again, I like the fact that we now put that money into a bucket and it stays there, because I think a few years ago that had built up fairly substantially, which has allowed us, we weren't spending $500,000 a year, so that fund balance grew, if I remember right, and so that's allowed us to kind of get to where we're at now. And I guess that's kind of a little bit what bothers me is that 500 going to be enough ongoing? So you forget how much we have in parks until you start driving around the community, and there's just a lot of upkeep.
Well, Jeff may not appreciate me saying this, but I think we're challenging him to spend and get projects out the door as much as he can. It's not a cash shortage at the moment. That doesn't mean somewhere out in the near future it might not be. Now, on the street side, our street expectations and the cost of oil and asphalt, we're seeing, we just kind of have a recurring workload that inflation seems to be impacting that more than parks right now. But that's not to say that, I do think we are turning the corner on parks, and then, as Jeff said, there's going to be some big ticket projects that incremental inflation is not going to address. Then we can start having conversations about round two.
We're adding a water feature, which is going to take some additional dollars. And I know our other two splash pads, I'm guessing, are getting some age, and they're going to, again, I don't want to get to where we got with Bill, with what happened to Jerry Ivy. I'd like to see us putting money there to kind of head
We
that
are working
off.
on a kind of a similar to the playgrounds. We're working on a 10-year maintenance plan for the 2 splash pads at Centennial and Hawthorne as well. Because you're right, there will be. We've done a very good job of taking care of it as it comes, but not being proactive about those splash pads. That was the last slide is questions, and I think we've already done that. But if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer relating to master plan items.
We covered a lot of stuff here, and I guess it's just, like I said, we don't realize how many parks and facilities we have.
Mm-hmm.
But you said we're going to be opening bids on the Jerry Ivy improvements Thursday?
On December 12th, Thursday, yeah.
Okay. And I was trying to remember, were we going to replace that south bathroom with one of the new modular concrete?
That is something that's on it's not part of the project.
That's not part of the project.
It's part of our staff's restroom plan through our facilities maintenance superintendent's team and our construction team. That is part of that plan. It most likely won't happen. I don't recall the schedule on the top of my head, but it'd be the end of 25 or the early 26. And our proposal was to look at that with a prefab bathroom similar to what we did with Bill Burke, to replace that unit with.
And when you talked about replacing some of the old restrooms, WPA style, would that be what we'd be looking at, those same models? Models?
The approach we're taking relating to the older style bathrooms would be similar to what you saw at Kenwood Park. So that's an older style.
Just refurbishing them?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we had some conversations about replacing those, adding on to those.
So structurally, they're sound?
They're sound, and if they're not, if we find opportunities to make them more structurally sound, we would take care of that one at that time. Yes. So the 3 at Sunset, the 2 at Oakdale would be similar to what you saw on your tour at Kenwood Park.
Okay.
The two replacements are. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The 2 replacement models would be the south bathroom at Jerry Ivy and the north Lakewood bathroom. Those are those open air camp style bathrooms that we are looking at replacing with a prefab unit.
So we're not looking at the $500,000 Portland Loo bathrooms like Wichita's doing?
Not that I have any plans for.
That was quite controversial.
I did look at those for the downtown bathrooms at one point in time, but
Go ahead.
So since we have a little bit of time, one thing that we didn't touch on was the challenges we face with downtown landscaping and what Parks has done in the way of staffing to improve our performance there. I want to give Jeff an opportunity to speak to that as well. I think that's another accomplishment.
We've been rather blessed to have a rather consistent landscaping crew, a staff of 7 or 8, a staff of 8 right now, and they're taking on some substantial projects, whether it be Santa Fe, what continue to be Santa Fe, 5th and 7th Street and the cross streets, and then in 2025 we're taking on, with the contractor's help, the first phase of 2 phases for 9th Street corridor on the south end to refurbish that landscaping along that 9th Street corridor from Broadway to south of Schilling. We've really done with that, we went from 7 to 8 with your approval to adjust the staffing table, and that 8th person is solely responsible for the downtown landscaping. And I think it was Labor Day, I walked around Labor Day, I walked Santa Fe from south to north and then or north to south and south to north, took a picture of every bed, and it was very impressive how it looks compared to did to a year prior. And I was rather pleased with that. So very happy with our landscape crew, and I've given them, hopefully I've given them due props because they're pretty amazing.
We want to talk forestry while we're at it?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I know we have a full forestry component. Several years back, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, we Public Works gave a presentation relating to tree trimming, low limbs, the new trash trucks being of a certain height, and we need to provide for that height in our system, in our city. We have been at full staff for less than a year now, maybe 9 months. And the plan at the time, which was proposed, which would be 3 days tree trimming, 2 days in parks, with that team of 4, seems to be working rather well. And they are going after low limbs across the city. And to my knowledge, unless Brett tells me something different, they're going after the worst low limbs in the city, and then working on a plan to go through the city after that. So that's, unless I'm missing something Mr. Scragg wanted me to cover, I don't know.
Have they gotten to that expired pine tree in the north end of Oakdale Park yet?
I think I saw that pine tree. It's kind of brown looking.
It bugs
I'm
me
sure
every time I drive by.
it's on a list.
Okay.
I know they were at the golf course last week. I saw them at the golf course. At least a team of 2 of them were at the golf course, because they have a lot of dead pines at the golf course as well. So, but 3 days low limb, 2 days parks is the method to our madness right now relating to forestry. And I think we also, I think we're waiting for equipment. We ordered, a new bucket truck. Sorry? We've been waiting for some time. It was, the lead time on that was long. And a box truck for debris and a new bucket truck to get to those areas that are in the low limb areas easier than we have with the equipment we have currently. So those should be hopefully coming here in early next year.
Any further questions?
So if I could, I guess I'll recap. We, looking back a few years between the volume of the park master plan and the challenges in the parks department, it was a target-rich environment to the point of being overwhelming, and we have made a ton of progress.
Yeah, our parks continue to look good and something we can be proud of. So, we got a few minutes here. Is there any further staff comments or public comment? Okay, we will see you back here for a regular meeting at 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the December 9th, 2024 meeting of the Salina City Commission. I would ask staff if confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Thank you. May all who are willing and able please stand for Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the flag salute. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have a public hearing today, item 3.1.
Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of resolution number 24-8259, a resolution of advisability to issue industrial revenue bonds in the amount of $56,700,000 for Phase 2 of the Salina Destination Development Project.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing. Mr. Hennessy.
Thank you, Commissioners. Sean Hennessy is Assistant City Manager. What you have before you is a resolution for the second phase of the Salina Destination Development Project. If you remember, we already had the Phase 1 approved earlier. Phase 1, the numbers shifted slightly. It was at first at 250, and then due to spacing and other issues, it was cut back to 248 traditional apartment units. That DA, along with the IRBs for that, has already been approved. You'll see the map up on the board showing the parcel, and I don't have a laser pointer, but if you look to the map to the right, you can see where the arrow is there, that is the phase 1 area that has the 248 units, and those are traditional apartments. And then in the area to the left of that, it's actually to the west and to the south, is going to be where 252 units. So we will still end up with 500 units altogether. I think there is some difficulty as far as finagling, the 1 or 2 units, and then uncertainty about where the roads would be and the amount of space that would be taken up. Also, if you remember, for phase 1, we also at that time, this was right in the middle of our donut hole, it was called. It was an unincorporated area within the city. However, that entire parcel was brought into within the city limits during the phase 1. During the phase 1 approval, we had to actually get county approval because it wasn't yet annexed into the city. So that will not be required for this phase because the entire parcel was brought in at that point in time. So this proposal is for IRBs, and what this will consist of is 10 years worth of property tax exemption for this project, as well as an exemption on sales tax for materials in the construction of the project. They are currently well underway under phase 1. They're focusing on roughly 72 apartments of that 248 total number. Due to the timeline that is required for some of the state incentive money, we anticipate that they'll be working obviously on these 2 phases concurrently, but phase 2 is obviously going to be starting considerably later. We have already approved the DA for the phase 2 development. One of the significant differences between phase 2 versus phase 1 is while phase 1 had those 248, those are what I would call traditional apartment units, large blocks of apartments. And this phase 2 with 252 does also include a little over 100 of those, quote, traditional apartments. But there's also, if you'll pull up the next photo, a lot of standalone individual units within this, even though they'll be very tightly and densely packed in. So it'll be a little bit more of a variety for individuals to choose from for housing. We've talked about housing in the city of Salina a lot. This is a very significant project to allow this to go forward. And so this, again, is in regards to, for the phase 2 project, for an exemption on both the sales tax and the construction materials and a 10-year property tax exemption on the project. This was brought before the Skeeto board on November 21st of this year. They examined this, took a look at that. We also reviewed the Wichita State analysis of the fiscal impact of this project. And if you remember, as we've discussed quite a few times, what we look for in a project of this nature is that the score is above a 1.0. And essentially what that means is if it's 1.0 or above, the net economic benefits are greater than the net economic costs that are associated with the project. The cost with this project in this case would be the exemption on the materials, on the sales tax materials, and the property tax exemption. But there are benefits that come from the jobs that are created, the taxes that are spent, for example, during the construction phase by some of the construction workers, the transient guest tax, et cetera. So that, for over a 10-year period, came out to a 1.07. Over a 20-year time span, that goes up to a 1.70, but that is because the costs are no longer present after 10 years because the property tax exemption is only for 10 years. So the Skeeto board, we met, discussed all of this. They voted to approve this project. The DA that we signed for phase 2 does require consideration within 45 days of the original approval of the DA. We are still within that timeline. And what you have before you is a resolution of intent to issue these industrial revenue bonds in regards to a sales tax exemption as well as for the property tax exemption. The 4 options you have are to approve the resolution. You can approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You can postpone consideration of the resolution, or you can vote to deny it, resulting in non-issuance of the IRBs for this project. Staff would recommend approval of resolution number 24-8259. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
I would note Jeremy Hurt, representative of the developers, here as well. If you have any questions of him, or if he wants an opportunity to address you in general.
I'm okay.
We've been pleased with the progress we're seeing. I envision as things move along, there'll be more and more construction workers involved. Didn't have my mic on. So, I guess my question is, how concurrently will these projects run together? Phase 1 and Phase 2?
Yeah, phase 1, we anticipate moving residents in next summer. So a portion of that will actually be open, but a portion will continue under construction, and that would continue through the end of 2025. And then we're hoping to get started with site work in February or March of 25 for phase 2. And that would go until late 2026.
Okay.
And again, we hope to be moving in residents at the beginning of 2026 throughout the year as we complete different phases of phase 2.
Any other questions for Mr. Hurt? Thank you.
Something we've been looking at for quite a while now.
Yeah, in fact, this is a little broader than just this project, but as I'm sure you all know, we've identified target goals for our housing master plan or our housing study, and I think we have an opportunity to get the message out better than we have about that we are on target between Aero Plains, Southview, Salina Destination Development, all of our effort, Lee Lofts, all of our efforts to plan, identify incentives, solicit interest, and develop development agreements are all coming to fruition. We're starting to hit our marks.
So now I heard that right, that we'd be ready to for move-ins next summer, correct?
Yep.
The first units, okay. Any other staff, or see Mr. Robinson's here with the economic development?
No comment. We're just
Okay.
in support of the project.
I was gonna have you elaborate what SKEDO meant. Salina Saline County Economic Development Organizations.
Close enough.
Close enough, okay. Is there any public comment? I will close the public hearing. Bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8259.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8259. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Will bring us to a very lengthy consent agenda.
Item 4.1, consider approval of the minutes of the meeting of November 25th, 2024. Item 4.2, consider the acceptance of 7 donated sculptures into the city's public art collection. Item 4.3, consider authorizing the rehabilitation of the chlorine scrubber at the downtown water treatment plant by Integrity Municipal Systems LLC of Poway, California, in the amount of $100,220. Item 4.4, consider authorizing the purchase and installation of a lime sludge pump for the downtown water treatment plant from FTC Equipment LLC of Kansas City, Missouri, in the amount of $52,792. Item 4.5, consider authorizing the purchase and installation of operator workstations and supervisory control and data acquisition system software for the downtown water treatment plant from R.E. Pedrati Company, Incorporated of Mission, Kansas, in an amount not to exceed $90,000. Item 4.6, consider awarding the bid for purchase of a wastewater collection TV van to Elliott Equipment Company of Grimes, Iowa, in the amount of $253,356. Item 4.7, consider awarding the bid for maintenance and painting of 3 water towers within Salina to Cunningham Sandblasting and Painting Company of Joplin, Missouri, in an amount not to exceed $1,196,750. Item 4.8, consider authorizing the purchase and approval of a replacement high-service pump for the downtown water treatment plant from Fluid Equipment Company, Incorporated of Riverside, Missouri, in the amount of $164,700. Item 4.9, consider approval of resolution number 24-8262, receiving and accepting the 2024 Salina Land Bank Conveyance Report. And item 4.10, consider authorizing the city manager to accept a COPS 2023 Technology and Equipment Program grant in the amount of $240,000 and execute a purchase agreement with Leonardo Company for 21 LSAG Advanced License Plate Recognition Systems.
Thank you. That was a lot. Is there any public comment on a consent agenda item? Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove? Okay. I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda as read.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That will bring us to administration, item 5.1.
Item 5.1, consider approval of resolution number 24-8260, adopting the 2025 through 2029 Capital Improvement Program.
Ms. Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. The city adopts a 5-year capital improvement plan annually, which typically includes large construction-type projects that are typically funded through the issuance of debt, as well as projects that have been identified but are not currently in the funding plan. And as part of the annual budget process, the City Commission adopts allocations to specific capital spending and later approves the specific items within these allocations. The city refers to this as the sub-CIP. As you may recall, over the past couple of years, city staff has been developing long-term financial plans to assist in future planning and financing. Last year, staff really focused on capital replacement plan. Most of that plan was equipment, and has been working to update that plan throughout 2024. Recently, staff has been working diligently to add long-term project planning in order to incorporate those projects into the 10-year plan. As a result of this work, I've provided you with an updated 10-year capital plan for the city, which is the kind of bluish colored report that you got in your packet. In conjunction with this planning, the finance staff has reviewed the funding capacity of both the city's cash and debt resources. The proposed 2025 through 2029 capital improvement program includes many new projects that have been identified either through strategic planning and evaluation of current conditions of streets or bridges or something like that. While this is a 5-year plan, by approving the 2025 through 2029 capital improvement program, the City Commission is giving staff the okay to proceed with the letting of the projects that are proposed in 2025. Projects in 2026 and 2020 through 2029 will be reevaluated and presented to you again next year about this time. In the 2025 projects, there's several categories. Those that are funded by cash, by debt, and those that are funded by enterprise funds. Those that we are proposing be supported by cash are the Magnolia 9th to Ohio sidewalk, which is being partially funded by the KDOT grant. The City Light shade structures, which is anticipated to be funded with either Downtown Star Bond or TIF funds. That's to be determined. The final phase of the Broadway median project being funded from the gas tax fund balance. 4th Street at-grade railroad crossing improvements, which are being partially funded by the railroad. The YMC raised crosswalk, sidewalks, and parking lot entrance realignment, which is being proposed to be funded by a possible Pathways grant and the Street Maintenance Fund. And lastly, a project that we've been talking about for a long time, at least since I've been here, is gateway signage at strategic entrance points throughout the city. Those points have been identified as West Magnolia, east of I-135, West Magnolia, west of I-135, Schilling at I-135, Crawford at I-135, North Ohio and I-70, and 9th and I-70. In the plan that we've presented today, we have split those projects up into 6 years at $300,000 per year, with each location being addressed each year and being funded out of the street maintenance fund in order to fund those with cash from the street maintenance fund. However, staff would like to discuss that this project may make more sense financially if we did all 6 of those locations as one project scope and pay for that out of the general fund reserve. So that's something that we'd like to bring forward to you as we get to that project. The debt service supported projects for 2025 include West Magnolia Phase 1, which is partially funded by a KDOT grant, the design of East Crawford Road and Bridge widening by the new fire station, design of West Magnolia Phase 2 and 3, and design of the 9th and Waterwell Signal Roundabout. 2025 projects funded by the enterprise funds is dirt for the old landfill, design for new scales at the landfill, annual waterline improvements, Overlook Estates waterline extension, and the design of the airport water main replacement. The full document of the 2025 through 2029 CIP has been presented to you. Under the 2025 sub-CIP, City Commission allocated amounts as noted in the table in your packet. I'm not going to repeat those because we've talked about those. These have been approved. Provided in your packet along with the 2 previous reports is the sub-CIP detail that includes the spending of each of these funds. Just to note, item over $50,000 and any item funded through debt financing will come back before City Commission for final approval once bids are in and reviewed. All projects funded through the issuance of debt would be brought back to City Commission several more times to approve the funding source and approve bids on the projects. To approve this capital improvement program for 2025 through 2029, staff has identified the following options. You can approve Resolution 248260 as presented. You can approve with amendments, postpone consideration to a specific date and give staff direction on additional information requested, or you could choose not to approve the resolution and give staff further direction. I would stand for questions. I know there's a lot of department heads here if you have questions on specific projects.
Questions?
Just one, it's probably a technicality question. For the city light stage shade structure, a lot of S's in there, in that does not involve money out of our general city revenues. Is there any reason that's included in the CIP as opposed to something that say 2020 or the downtown developer would not?
Only as a project for staff to move forward on. We wouldn't intend to use any city funds as far as we know at this point.
Right. Now, does that imply the city is driving the effort on that, or?
Well, yeah, good question, and the answer is yes and no. So we're working with the master developer in terms of the design and cost estimating, and much like some of our public-private partnerships, I think we can work with them and to give them latitude for construction. And it is accurate to say it's not funded with city funds per se, but it is funded with funds that we manage and maintain in different allocations through the master developer agreement. So at the end of the day, we would be using funds that we hold in reserve to make payment, which is partially why it's factored into this. And then as Ms. Pack said, this is kind of that initial step to confirm we want to keep moving forward on that project as we work with the master developer and bring it back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions? There's a project on here I'd really like to move up on the list.
Okay.
That I think is a significant need is the improvement of Cloud Street, East Cloud. We're slated for 2027.
We may put the Public Works Director on the spot, but I think I don't necessarily disagree in terms of the value of it. We do get into a cycle of having a contractor design, get it designed, get the budget put together, get it put out to bid. So while it may be able to be expedited a little bit, I don't know that we can just move it to 2025. But I've seen Jim do amazing things, so I don't want to.
Jim Toyge, Director of Public Works. I would agree with the city manager. I think we could possibly reprioritize. I would still suggest then that we'd probably want to have a year for right-of-way acquisition, design of the project, all of the necessary engineering that needs to go on for that project to take place, and then construct in the following year. So that I would assume that that's something that we can discuss if we want to shift priorities to move one project out of the 25-26 schedule. I would probably need to swap one for one. This is rather aggressive if you haven't noticed. We're trying to build a lot of really large projects pretty quickly. So, but we're certainly happy to take a look at it.
If it's helpful, what we could do is approve the CIP today, and as we come back to you in strategic planning, Public Works may have had time to take a look at that timeline. As I said, I don't think it moves it into 2025, but when we go into strategic planning, we can certainly talk about the priorities of the things in 26 and beyond.
Yeah, it's just that section of street was never designed for the load of traffic yet.
Completely agree.
So if I may, while Mr. Toyge is at the podium, we've talked a little bit about the gateway signage conceptually, and I know in one-on-one some of you had some questions, and staff has done quite a bit of work to kind of flesh out a concept, so I want to give them the opportunity to speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Sure. Would you pull up the slides, please? While we're I was going to say while we're waiting for the slides, but he did that quickly. I did learn today that we received, the City of Salina was a recipient of the Pathways Grant. I don't know how much we will get for the YMCA project, but the City of Salina did get another Pathways Grant, which is pretty exciting news. Okay, so we have been talking about doing a median project at all of the interstates for quite some time. We've been trying to do minimal maintenance while we work through these projects. I really wanted to wrap up the Broadway corridor. That's why we have Broadway number 4 going next. But we also want to address those deteriorating medians where they exist at the interstate locations, at the streets that were mentioned. And the city manager had shared a picture of a monument-style sign that was located in one of his travels, and it's Johnston.
Johnston, Iowa.
Iowa, okay. Johnston, Iowa. So using that as a basis, I just tried to, these are not designs, this is simply PowerPoint presentations. We're not suggesting that this has to be it, but there's a few things that I wanted to incorporate in these PowerPoint slides. One was the use of the Love Salina logo. So you'll see that featured on every one of these. And then I took 3 popular designs for a monument-style gateway sign from the internet, and then tried to put that into something that would represent Salina. Depending on the location and depending on your input, you could have, similar signs at all locations. I would like to think that there may be some room to where we could design individual monument-style signs for each of the physical constraints that we would have to engineer within. For example, we're wanting to start on Magnolia and I-135, and we have currently there now, adjacent to where Dix is located, we have yellow striping. That yellow striping would become where that median would be placed. We would want to design it similar to what you're seeing at the Broadway medians, except we would like to incorporate landscaping, much like what city staff referred to as the Bob Ash style landscaping. He was a Parks member who designed the East Magnolia medians. We thought that would, for a very prominent median, we thought that those are pretty appropriate for that. They're beautiful, and I think they would look good with a with a gateway sign. That particular area, I only have 12 feet of width to work in. So I told the city manager that on that one in particular, I would probably need to go vertical with the sign rather than horizontal. In other locations where there may be no median present, I'm thinking Crawford, for example, and we would place the monument on property, off the street. We would have a little bit more room to do something more horizontal. Something like this, which could be sort of stretched out and made more prominent, given the space that we're working in. So it's just a couple of real simple slides. If you would go to the next slide. I simply wanted to try to show in my PowerPoint ability that at nighttime you could have these backlit. You could light up the heart in the center of the state of Kansas for the Love Salina logo. Slide, please. And then I also sent these to Daisy, who works in planning and community development. She is a development coordinator, I believe, who works for Miss Driscoll in that department, and she's got a design talent. So the third slide of all these, could you go back one slide? So the third slide in all these are things that she suggested. So in that particular slide, she suggested we could also light up the 67401. Slide, please. This would be another one that's a little bit more horizontal. I've just trying to look at a different way to present the same information. We want to capture, obviously, the city of Salina, the logo for the the motto that goes with the logo, the Love Salina logo, big city lights, small town love, and then the 67401 zip code, which is very like the mural. It's something that I just thought it would be good to try to capture in that as well. And then the third slide for this one, the next slide, or the second one, this is, that one was just lighting up the love. And then this was Daisy with her ideas, thinking maybe we could brighten it up a little bit and put a little bit a better shine on it. And maybe changing the backlighting and the font on the signs. This would also be one that we would want to see in a more horizontal location where I have a little bit more width, because the size of this would sort of make it difficult to build this thing in necessary scale for that first median project. And then this last one, please. Next slide. This is the one that I was thinking might be best suited for Magnolia, something that's got a little bit more height to it, a little more vertical. So that's the standard design. Next slide, please. The other thing that's good about this one, I think, in that area is it would allow you to sort of see through the sign as well. Because of that confined area, having that ability to kind of see through it, I think, would be helpful. So that's showing it lit up, and then Daisy, putting her fine touches on it, said maybe we ought to change it up a little bit. I think it looks pretty elegant. She incorporated the green, changed the font, and then also did something interesting on this and added accent lighting to all the concrete caps for these. These are just some ideas. We would have to send whatever you might be interested to an architect to have him actually put these into plans so that we could see if we could get them built as part of the 25 project.
I think those are fantastic. You may just save the chamber $200,000 on design there. Those are fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
This has been part of our comprehensive plan from 2011, I think. Gateway signage and entrance gateways. It's been something that's been in the works for quite some time. And now that we have a budget, we have some funding. The item before you today is just an explanation of why we have a placeholder in the upcoming CIPs, and kind of forewarning you that I feel like we've made more progress in the last 6 months than we've made in the last 6 years. So it's an opportunity that it helps us show well at all of our front doors.
Well, it looks good, and I'll just remind you, don't forget North Salina.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, 9th and I-70 is one of the intended locations.
We have several other projects scheduled for North Salina as well.
Good.
Thank you.
Do you have any further, Ms. Peck? Any further questions or discussion? Any public comment? I'm going to bring this back for action, and would remind the commissioners that this has been, resolution number was amended, with the agenda was reprinted, so we're looking at resolution number 24-8260. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, move for approval of resolution number 24-8260, adopting the 2025 to 2029 capital improvement program.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8260, adopting the 2025-2029 capital improvement program. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 5.2.
Item 5.2, consider approval of the 2025 Chamber of Commerce legislative agenda.
Mr. Wood.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. It's this time of year that we go over the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce legislative agenda. There's a group of community organizations that gets together and works on this throughout the year. That group includes Salina County Community the Salina Community Economic Development Organization, Salina Airport Authority, USD 305, Salina Tech, KU School of Medicine and Nursing, K-State Salina, Salina Regional Health Center, and Salina Family Health Center. We all get together and work on this legislative agenda. That group has also hired a government affairs consultant, Eric Sexton from Folsom Seaton, that uses this document as he goes and lobbies on our behalf in Topeka. So this year's document, I'm not going to go through each individual item. There's about 12 or 13 pages full of agenda items. I will just kind of highlight some of the things that we've talked about and some of the new things. So first of all, we always go in with infrastructure requests or funding requests for infrastructure. So the first one there is Magnolia Road. We've gotten some funding for Magnolia Road in the past, and I think that was a result of some of the lobbying efforts that we've done using this legislative agenda. So the first phase of that is obviously the roundabout and just what's right adjacent to 135. The next phase of that will continue that on to the west towards K-State Salina's campus. A new item on the agenda this year is a new entryway, and this would be a realignment of K-State Salina's entryway that would realign it right to Magnolia Road, so it would be more of a boulevard feel. You would drive directly into campus off of Magnolia Road, so that's a new request that's come in. Another one is Claflin Road, critical road upgrades. This would be we've had some conversations with Kansas Wesleyan about the expansion of their campus and closing down Claflin Road. In order to do that, we would need to redirect some of the traffic. We would have to redirect traffic to Kerwin Road. That would include the widening of Kerwin Road, doing a new railroad crossing there, curb and gutter removal, just anything that would be involved in upgrading Kerwin to a level that would be able to handle that traffic. So that's a funding request that's in there. And then just a couple of other policy things. I will say a lot of this just carries over from year to year. Not a great deal of changes, but some that are deal with us specifically and that we requested to be included in here. One of those is ongoing funding for mental health co-responder program. That's a program that has been funded by the City of Salina and Salina County, but it doesn't have an ongoing funding source, so there's a request in there, not a specific dollar request, but just hey, this is a program that we're doing. If there's any way that the state could continue to help us fund this, we would appreciate that. Another item that is new is funding for the Kansas Highway Patrol. There's been some push at the state level to move some of Kansas Highway Patrol's training facilities, expand their training facilities here in the city of Salina, and of course anything that we can do to get more of their assets and more of the Highway Patrol here in Salina is something that the city would certainly support. There's a couple of other items supporting for homelessness. There's a broad general statement about funding for homeless programs. We don't have a specific funding request or a specific program we're asking to be funded, but that is something that we've said that we would support. I don't think I'm going to go over any of these additional requests. I'd be happy to answer any questions about these requests. Once again, this is a kind of a community-wide effort, so these aren't all requests that came necessarily from the city, but they're requests that we all kind of went through and felt like were beneficial to the larger group. So your options tonight are to approve the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce 25 legislative agenda. You could approve it with amendments you deem fit. We could postpone it and discuss it at a later date, or you could vote to deny. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions?
With the Farm Bill reauthorization, is that state or national?
That's federal. So that,
Federal,
there
yeah.
are federal requests in this document as well. So, and what happens with this document is we will sit down and meet with our delegation, with local, with our state officials and our federal officials, and we will go through the document and kind of, highlight all the things that are in the document that we feel are good and necessary things for the community at large. So, yeah, that would be a federal request. And you'll see in here we also have a request for river revitalization. That's a federal request as well. It's the same one that we've carried forward, for the last several years. So nothing new really there.
I did notice you left off as one of the partners, Kansas Wesleyan University. It was not on the front page, but they're on the second page, so they were part of that partnership.
Yes, they are. They're
obviously, because a couple of these things come through Kansas Wesleyan.
Yes, absolutely, they are.
And I guess the one thing I would want to point out is, like on the Claflin Road, I just want the public to know that that's not something that a city commission has discussed or agreed to. That's just a request of Kansas Wesleyan.
Yeah,
so I don't want somebody thinking we're trying to look for funding to close Claflin Road at this point.
And this document doesn't it doesn't obligate us to anything. It just is it's really just it's to be used as a talking point. So obviously this is a Kansas Wesleyan push. If they are going to seek funding or get any additional funding, they would be seeking that. They would be taking this and saying, hey, this is part of a larger community discussion, but there's lots of work that needs to be done between now and any kind of approval with the city.
Right.
And if I could add to that, this approach that Mr. Sexton brought forward is truly a community collaborative approach, and we've had feedback that it's effective in Topeka, in that Salina is one of the few communities that comes forward with a roadmap that represents the community stakeholders, a collective consensus, and that has been very effective for us. So this is an amalgamation of goals and priorities of other organizations. I should say, you're absolutely right. This is, as it relates to the Claflin project, that's not something the City Commission's taken up. We have had staff-level conversations about what that might look like, what the things that Mr. Wood described that would have to be taken into account, and we've tried to kind of identify a roadmap going forward and some cost estimates. And so when Kansas Wesleyan made the request that this be in the legislative agenda, it was really a function of we didn't want to let a legislative session go by. If there, sometimes these are you plant the seed one year and then you continue to have conversations in the future, or if there was an opportunity, we didn't want to miss it. But it is not any type of approval of a road closure on your part, nor is it any type of approval of any funding on your part. It's really just trying to lay the groundwork.
As City Manager said, so this is the planting the seed thing has been very successful for us. I mean, if you look at Magnolia Road improvements, have been on this list for a couple of years, and we applied for grants and started to get traction, and part of that is because we continue to put it in front of the commission. So something like the Claflin Road improvement, I would say that it's probably not going to get funded in this legislative session, but it is a way to get it as part of the conversation kind of moving forward. And I was looking through the 2024 legislative agenda, and I was actually kind of impressed with how many things we've taken off the list because we've been successful. I mean, we've had, and some of them are just little things that don't have a great deal of impact, but we have been successful at whenever an item comes up that's part of this list, saying, hey, look, the city of Salina and all of our partners feel like we should be headed in this direction, and our legislative members have been very good at taking those items and moving them forward, or doing what they can to move them forward. So it's been a pretty successful process so far.
Further questions? I take this as a wish list, and should the Claflin Road, I've never known it as Claflin Road. Is that the actual, is it Claflin Street or Claflin Road?
Yeah, I think it's street.
Avenue.
Claflin Avenue. Huh. So something like that, if they were awarded funding, would have to come before this commission for approval, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure design and land use rights of way. There'd be a lot of consideration before
That would
this
be
body.
a lot, yes. Any other questions or comments? I guess other thing, all these different entities, did they also contribute to funding for Eric Sexton?
So a number of those organizations did. The city, county, economic development organization, airport authority. I think that's the list. And K-State Salina did as well, but I don't think any of the other educational or health organizations did put money towards that.
He definitely knows his way around the State House, so.
It's been very helpful for us.
He is a good voice for Salina.
He certainly has, and he's been very helpful in developing this agenda and this document in a way that it's helpful for our legislators to move things forward. I mean, and that I think that's a key to success is they can pull this out and say, hey, okay, this item came out, it's in our list. We know how the community would like us to move forward, and it's been pretty successful. I think there's a lot of communities out there that are probably envious of the things that we've been able to achieve at the state legislature.
When, as I'm sure quite a few of you recall, as Mr. Wooden described, the Chamber will host a local event for our state and federal delegation. And then the last couple of years, we've hosted an event at the Capitol in Topeka, not just with our local delegation, but the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader have attended, the Secretary of Transportation, Lieutenant Governor. It's been very effective.
Al and I'm always impressed that anytime we have an opening or event that Eric Sexton's been involved with, he's here for it. So, okay, is there any public comment? I'll bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce 2025 legislative agenda.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Chamber of Commerce 2025 legislative agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 5.3.
Item 5.3, consider approval of a change order to project number 24017 to include concrete work at Bill Burke Park, in an amount not to exceed $137,703.30.
Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Jeff Hammond, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm before you for consideration of a change order for project 24017 with RAM Contracting and Dirt Works. Project 24017 is a project through Public Works and the Engineering Division for 2024 annual sidewalk ramps. That contractor is getting close to finishing that work for sidewalk ramps. That project started in June, and in November of this year, city staff talked to RAM with Public Works staff to review and consider additional concrete projects at Bill Burke Park aimed at improving accessibility and usability and replacing and adding concrete at the ball field facility. There were 3 areas that we had previously identified as being substantial concrete needs for Bill Burke Park. The first was an upgrade and a addition to a sidewalk on the north end. There is a current 4-foot partial sidewalk on the north end of Bill Burke, and we propose to replace it with a 5-foot wide sidewalk that would connect the new 10-foot sidewalk adjacent to the parking lot to the trail. Right now, it's not connected. There'd also be an additional concrete work underneath a scoreboard for that scoreboard that serves Field 8. The second aspect or second thing we asked RAM to consider and to provide a change order proposal for concrete replacement around the concession stand. This was a identified area that concrete needed to be improved. The concrete is outdated, it's cracked in certain areas, and around the concession stand, and it requires replacement, including the service approach that for the concession stand where people load in soda and things for the concession stand. And the third area would be new concrete for 2 shelter pads. What they are proposing for that shelter foundations is just for new concrete. City staff would be replacing or be tearing out the old, and while they're tearing out the old, they're doing that in sections and taking care of the structural components of the shelter house at the same as part of the city project. And then when they're done, the proposed contractor for the change order would come in and pour a new slab altogether. We followed this similar process for Jerry Ivy Park on the north end, where we found the structural posts had starting to be weak and problematic. So Bill Burke's are the same. And there is a structural footer that has to go in and a structural component that connects the weight of the shelter through a structural device to that footer. So staff is doing that part. However, coming in and doing the new slab would be the proposed work for the contractor through the change order. Ram Contracting and Dirt Works, who is the contractor for the sidewalk ramps project, furnished us with detailed quotes, which are in your packet. They were reviewed by city staff and deemed reasonable for all the parties, including our facilities maintenance superintendent and the engineering group. The city's experiences with Ram Contracting have been positive and have done good work so far. The Parks and Rec Department general fund through our field maintenance division was funded for sidewalk improvements at Bill Burke for the year of 2024. That item remains to be unspent, and that is a general fund item. And we are proposing to use the $131,146 plus a 5% contingency of $6,557 for a total project proposed authorization of $137,703.30 from that general fund item for underfield maintenance in the general fund. Options for your consideration today: approve the change order for project 24017 and allow staff to extend the work with RAM under the existing contract. Approve the change order with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. Postpone the action or vote to deny the action. Staff would recommend option number 1, and I will stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions? So as we discussed earlier, some of this, should this essentially complete Bill Burke?
This would be a large portion of the work that, in the totality of Bill Burke, yes. We knew we had some concrete portions that needed to be replaced. The shelters were previously identified as needing to be replaced, and the concrete being replaced, and the structural components of that shelter being rehabbed. And then we knew the concession stand concrete was not in great shape. And so, yes, I think we'll be one step closer to having a completely renovated park.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Other than parking, maybe.
You're holding some concrete work back because of the seeding that you've done that you don't want
Correct.
Contractors tearing up.
There are a handful of 4-foot sidewalks throughout the park that we will be addressing in 2025. We did not add that to the scope of this contractor because we feared, through the winter especially, having moist soil, that a concrete truck would do damage to the amount of work, and I needed to protect the lot of work that our landscaping staff just put in to get grass to grow at Bill Burke. So,
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? I'll bring this back for action.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve a motion approving the change order for project 24017 for concrete improvements at Bill Burke Park to Ram Contracting and Dirt Works in the amount of $131,146 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $137,703.30, and authorizing the city manager to approve the change order to the existing contract with Ram Contracting and Dirt Works.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to abbreviate that. To consider approval of a change order to project number 24017 to include concrete work at Bill Burke Park in the amount not to exceed $137,703.30. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And we are ready to shift into developmental business.
Item 6.1, consider approval of resolution number 24-8266, amending the Aero Plains development agreement with Building Kansas LLC.
Ms. Driscoll.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. As City Manager Scragg mentioned earlier, the community has been working very hard, and the Commission has taken actions in the past few years to incentivize housing to meet our housing goals established in the Live Salina Plan. Through that, we have used tools such as RHID, MIH, KHITC, and others to bring new housing units forward. Today, before you, you have a request dealing with the Aero Plains subdivision, which you have a development agreement on that project, giving you a brief history of that project and that size and scale of that project. It is on 53.2 acres on north of Schilling Road and east of Centennial Road. That is a project that is built around townhomes, so each lot will have 2 units. So overall, we will see 338 units on that property. The first phase will be 75 lots with 150 units, and phase 2 will be 94 lots with 188 units. Primarily today, we are talking about phase 1 of this project, which they are currently working through. The project as a whole, starting in March of 2022, wanted to get an RHID, which is a Rural Housing Incentive District, that acts much like a TIF over a residential project in Kansas. We call that an RHID. The Commission had to first form that RHID before actually implementing it, and that's a process that goes through the state of Kansas, getting their verification that we actually have the need and the requirement for the tool, and then their approval to move forward with that. So we formed that in March of 2022, and then following that, in September of 2022, we implemented that RHID. That's a 100% 25-year RHID. It has an aggregate fiscal impact of a little over $11 million. So in an RHID, those taxes are collected over an amount of time, and as those are collected, they go back to paying for that. So that is what would be collected over those 25 years. That amount is the amount that can be used to go towards infrastructure and improvements that are allowed under the RHID. The eligible expenses asked for in this project were a little over 6.5 million, or I should say, sorry, 6.7 million for the project. They also asked for an MIH grant. So as a city, we would be supporting them in that application and administer that application. That also occurred in 2022. That application was not approved by the state. Then in February of 2023, this project applied again for MIH, and also at that time they applied for a KHITC grant. The KHITC is a income tax credit program that had been newly adopted by the state, and that is not managed by the city. We are not the applicant. That's actually directly done by the developer, but the City Commission is asked to give a letter of approval, which you did at that time. So for those two grant programs, the MIH was awarded $1.5 million, and that goes towards 50 units of owner-occupied houses. And then the KHITC was awarded for a little over $1 million, and that's $30,000 per unit. So there's a certain amount of units that will go towards. Following that award, in March of 2023, you received a request letter from Aero Plains asking to update the development agreement, and from those allowed expenses, remember they had a little over 11 million that were allowed, they had only used 6.7 of that million. Due to inflation and the rising cost of infrastructure, the developers requested an additional $2 million of eligible expenses be used in that project. You did approve that. That left a remaining balance of $2.3 million of eligible expenses that could be used in this project. The last action on this development agreement before today is an amendment done in October of 2023, and that just clarified two definitions that were within the development agreement. And these are definitions that we also clarified in the Southview Development Agreement, which is our other RHID project. Those two definitions were for finished square feet and minimum finished square footage. So that brings you up to where we're at today. The current request was made by the developer in November. They have cited that increased interest rates and inflation have dramatically changed the dynamics of the project and who they were originally trying to sell to. And in order to keep housing unit costs low, both for construction and then being able to sell them at the price that they had hoped, that they are not reaching first-time home buyers as much as they had anticipated. What they are seeing is a request from local employers who would like to buy some of these units and rent them to their employees. They're also seeing buyers requesting to buy them, and then they would live on one side and then rent the other to offset those costs. Currently, the development agreement does not allow for rentals. It is an owner-occupied project. The developer is requesting that 100 units out of the 150 that are part of Phase 1 would be eligible for both the rental and owner-occupied options as they go forward and sell units. As I mentioned earlier, they do have that MIH grant. The MIH grant does require that 50 of those units go to owner-occupied. They have to be at a certain, the buyer would have to be at a certain income level, and that those units are designed to stay with that individual for up to 5 years. If they were to sell that in less than 5 years, there's actually a amortization that goes along with that. So those are meant to be 5-year sales at a minimum. So with that, I would also note that a similar amendment has been provided to Southview in their development agreement, which is our other RHID project, as I mentioned. pertaining to allowing a certain amount of those units to be rented when the original development agreement required that those be owner-occupied. For fiscal note, there are no direct fiscal impacts to the city based on this request. It is not using any additional eligible funds from the development agreement, and there would be no change in tax or impacts to the city. Therefore, the Commission has several action options in front of them. You could approve Resolution 248266, which would amend the development agreement allowing for rental investments in addition to owner-occupied. You could also send this back to staff and tell us to make revisions based on your thoughts here today, or you could vote to deny the resolution, and this development agreement would remain unchanged. Stand for questions, and the developer is here also to answer any of your questions.
Questions?
I've got two. One, what was the original reasoning for not allowing rentals when this project was conceived?
I think it was a conversation that you had with staff. We also looked at the Live Salina project, where it had a certain amount of units we wanted as rentals, certain amount that we had wanted as ownership. The developer also intended to do owner-occupied from the beginning. So it's what's in the development agreement, and I think at that time it seemed like a reasonable request, and as part of putting all the details of the agreement into writing, those things were noted in the development agreement.
So if I could, I would add that I think I'll just say myself, I seem to have learned here over time between Salina Destination Development, Southview, and some of our other development agreements, with the best of intentions, we collectively have negotiated in a high level of detail down to finishes and cabinetry and things like that. And then when we're asking developers to go out and implement that, it can be problematic for them, and we find ourselves coming back and having to sort through some of those details. Not to say that we shouldn't do that, not to say that that isn't our first pass at articulating what we want, and then we certainly didn't see the interest rate issue coming. But we find ourselves having, the tighter we paint all of ourselves collectively into a box, the more we have to have these conversations on the back end.
Okay, just two quick ones. I noticed in one of the pictures, houses in that picture had said for under contract. Is it that, obviously, not that no units are selling, is it this just a question of they're selling more slowly? Because I wonder, at what rate were these expected to be absorbed? I'm assuming by new home buyers. Was there?
Commissioner Davis, I think that would probably be best answered by the developer, if that's okay.
Okay, then one more question, which you may have to shut off as well. Then, is there a common thread between Southview and this? I mean, just by the nature of their financing, that
they both are RHIDs. So the RHID, unlike the MIH, which we have a separate grant agreement with the state, which outlines a lot of those details, the details of the RHID are in the development agreement. So the tie between them is they're just using the same incentive tool, and wanted to give you that as a reference.
Okay, is there any other commonality as far as, I don't know, floor plan, amenity? I mean, just these two somewhat similar.
Yeah, they're
projects.
Both just using the same tool. They both had originally identified owner-occupied. Southview does have some townhomes, but it does have individual single-family residential. They both came about at roughly the same time. Similar price points, trying to get to that affordable workforce housing number. I think those are some of the similarities.
Because Southview also had requested to have investor purchased housing.
Correct.
Units as well.
Yes. And I think they experienced some similar things that had individuals looking to make that investment, possibly to give to their employees or invest themselves.
Okay. Is there something we're missing on the front end that would make, and city manager's comments
well,
taken? I mean, that we can expect or look in our crystal ball and say, maybe we should design this a little differently?
Yeah, I don't know that it's so much design as realizing what the market's responding to. And more so in Southview's case, I think the conversation you had then was they had a product that had been on the market for a while, and the market kind of demonstrated some receptivity, but not full receptivity to owner-occupied approach. And so after a specified amount of time, we kind of recognized that it might be appropriate to pivot.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're looking at a 3 to 4 year window here where we were analyzing these things. I don't think any of us would have anticipated 3-4 years ago what would have happened with interest rates. I still don't think we'd anticipate how infrastructure costs are still remaining so high post-COVID. So I think some of those things are just, I don't think even with a crystal ball we could have foreseen some of those things. I think they've been good learning lessons because really never in Salina's history from a residential perspective have we kind of taken such an aggressive approach to meeting the required units. So a lot of things that we were basing the development agreement on were assumptions from data that we had, and we're just realizing some of those assumptions need to be tweaked.
Yeah, and then I would add to that, and I was thinking about making this point earlier, is for your benefit and the listeners at home, this RHID approach is not a risk for us in that it is pay-as-you-go. The developer is making the upfront investment and being reimbursed if their project's successful and it spins off the property tax increment. And so, when we identified our housing targets, our needs, and our willingness to use certain incentives, we essentially had 3 developments step forward as wanting to take that risk, one being Southview, the other being Aero Plains, and then Salina Destination Development.
All right, and is there anything you can say that would allay anxiety of those who keep asking us, where are these new workers, where are these new workers? Because a take-home message someone could go to sleep with tonight is, wow, they built all the houses and no one showed up. Are we still on target from the business community as far as you know? I know there's not going to be you build it on Monday, they buy it on Tuesday, but we still foresee the influx of
I'll take that one.
The market, okay.
So that is very much a collaborative approach as well between the Salina Community Economic Development Organization, the Chamber, and if you recall the matrix that we identified and filled out, the city was very clearly tasked with community building and housing. And I, as staff, would tell you, I've been saying for a while now, I want to be able to check the housing box so the conversation does transition to workforce development and recruitment. Not to say that we aren't part of that, but that is very much in the employer's court and the chamber's court and the EDO. So until now, the conversation has been so laser focused on housing that it really hasn't turned to the rest of that equation.
I think if you remember, as we're talking about Salina Destination in that second phase, we asked for letters from the employers, and that was part of our package.
Thank you. Good point.
Yeah, we asked for, because I had that same concern. I mean, not only to protect us, but protect the developers that have already started. We asked for them to come out and verify that those jobs were still coming. I think that's, again, an important part of why we're looking at the digital marketing through the chamber is, part of that is to help bring employees into the community. We're doing the housing and we're doing some other things. Now it's a matter of bringing individuals into the community. So, and I just asked someone today that was in my office that works for the Great Plains Kubota, and they still project that facility out south to have 800 employees by 2030. So
I've just hoped that whoever writes this up for the newspaper stresses that part of the of the projects.
And I think that's been a concern of ours all along, and we continue to ask that question to hopefully protect the community, and that's all we can do is ask.
And I've gotten more emboldened in the conversations, making the point that a competitive wage rate is a key factor, not just competitive locally, competitive regionally and beyond. If we're going to recruit the workers to go in the housing that's being built.
And we have been meeting our goals. You'll maybe recall that your last CIM was on housing. And based on the most current version of the Live Salina supplemental update, we are only 200 units away from meeting our 2025 goal, which is over 1,000 units of housing, which is phenomenal. We are working with RDG. We had a 5-year contract to do updates to the Live Salina plan. Staff has combined this year and early next year to kind of give you a more bolstered update for 2025, but it will have current numbers. And part of that, when RDG does that, is we'll reach out to the chamber and employers to verify numbers. So you should see that report come out like first quarter or beginning of second quarter in 2025.
I don't think any of us could have imagined how difficult this past 4 years has been economically with inflation and interest rates. And hopefully that is getting ready to turn the corner. When we had this original agreement, we had price points. Mm-hmm. Do those still stand?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And
This does not mean any changes to those price points that are established in the development agreement.
Well, when we heard this argument with Southview, I was opposed to it, and I remain opposed in that I don't think the developers have had anything to sell yet. They've not tried. You know, I understand recently 2 units are listed finally, and but I think patience is called for here.
What time frame are we talking about as far as the units not selling?
The information I shared with you is the information the developer shared with us in their letter, which was attached in your packet, citing interest rates. The letter doesn't specifically speak to how long their units have been on. I think what they're noting is, and I think it'd be best if they spoke for themselves, but they are seeing a lot of their initial inquiries into the product being more heavy on the investor or employer type buyer. And the reason they're noting that is because of interest rates. But how long that product's been available and their perspective, I think, is best in their own words.
Right, because the question would be, are they not selling because the homeowner can't afford it, or they can't sell them to the investors because the rules, their current agreement doesn't allow it? It could be a little bit of both.
I think it's a little bit of both, because, the agreement doesn't allow it.
I think we should hear from the developer and get there, because they're the ones living it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's who I have my comments and questions for anyway. So.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for having us here today. Circle back a little bit on what we're talking about. One being how long they've been on the market. These homes have been available for the listing agent to sell for some months. She's shown homes for several months and not had anybody that has followed through on purchasing. We've had 4 units on the market now that came on the market last month. The only interest we have had on those 4 units are from an employer in town. Those 2 that are pending contract are pending to an individual that owns a company that is going to put employees in them. If tonight doesn't move forward, those will not close. They will still be on the market just like the others. We do also do affordable housing in other communities, and I can tell you that within 15 minutes of Salina, where we'd never had a home make it to market, when we hit these price points at this quality level, we have 4 that have been on the market for 6 months. We have homes out there for $199, just like these, that have done nothing in 6 months. And the big difference is the interest rate. I'll give you some perspective on a 229 home, which would be a 3-bedroom product where we're going out to. When this agreement was done, first quarter of 22, a 30-year mortgage rate averaged 3.15%. As of this morning, even after they've come down a bit, it's 7.15%. On that home, that's a difference between under $1,000 a month, 980s, and over $1,500 a month. And that's a drastic difference for a home buyer. The reason none of us were worried in 22 about going owner occupied is we had not had a development where there weren't enough buyers coming forward. There are not today. And by the time you get through the agreement and get through infrastructure and get to where you are, where you're putting homes on the market, a lot of things change. You know, the MIH agreement at the state level requires 50 homes to be documented to be sold to individuals that meet the income requirements and be owner occupied for 5 years. And we're happy to abide by that. But what we do know is that we've had this product on the market, we've had products like it on the market for several months with no takers. I would like to speak a little bit about the product to give you some context. Would it be possible to put like page 11 from this agenda item up on screen? Those are the 2 homes under contract. Those will close as long as the amendment passes this evening to an employer in Salina, Kansas. And those are high quality, high efficiency homes. Those are homes that sell for $199. To answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the agreement was actually $204 originally on that floor plan. At one point, we'd agreed to drop that even to $199, less than our agreement. And despite the fact construction costs and interest costs have taken our cost beyond where that's even reasonable, we're sticking to those numbers because that's a commitment that we made. But
when you say home, I think it's important to note all your product are duplex. Or I call duplexes for
townhome products. Yes,
right.
Sir.
So a home is one side.
One side of that is correct. And to speak again, if you can scroll down just a little bit, let's look inside one of those. This is a high quality, high efficiency home. We do build to the MIH standard for the state of Kansas. That means the walls are R15, the roof, the attic is R49 insulation, the windows are 33U or less, the AC is at least 15 SEER. Furnaces have to be 90% efficient, we're 95%. We have met or exceeded every standard out there. The footings for MIH originally asked to be insulated under the ground. That requirement was taken away at the state level. We still did it. We put high efficiency stainless steel appliances in. We use solid surface countertops. You'll notice the tile floors, 100% LED high efficiency lighting. These are good quality, good efficiency. This is a home I would go live in. And that's a standard that we have met for ourselves. And that's very, very tough to do.
Are they electric and gas?
They are electric only. High efficiency electrical. Correct. Yep. Is there anything else? You might correct me on that.
I think there's gas. The gas is the hot water heater's gas.
Okay, sorry, hot water heater is gas. I stand corrected.
Oh, yeah. There is natural gas.
There is gas there. Yes, there is. Again, if you look at in 2002 when we agreed to 204 to 229 for the 2 to 3 bedroom homes, if you put that into 2024 dollars using the inflation rates of 22, 23, and 24 of 9.54 and 3.1%, a 204 home in 2022 would be 240 today. And we're still going to market at 199, and we still haven't found a buyer. Right? The only buyers we have are investment buyers. Now, hopefully that will change in the future. We all hope that it does. But that is the market right now. Again, we're in other towns with product like this, and in 22, they built and sold before you had them completed. In 23, it slowed down some, and in 24, again, we're sitting on homes for 6 months that have not had an offer yet.
So are these investors cash buyers?
They are.
And I might add to that, Lance Cochran, Mayor, Commissioners, I was surprised at the buyer. I'm not going to name names because it hasn't closed, but it wasn't one of the major employers. It was a local employer that's also a restaurateur and has a local business, and they're desperate for housing. I get, I don't speak to these people directly, but I talk to our realtor, and she's telling us about these people. Because, for instance, Lauren was talking about the other person. We had one person that wants to buy and put their son next door. And so that's not totally owner-occupied, but it's the kind of concept that we're seeing. And the gentleman that wants to buy these wants to buy more, and they're really, they're excited about the 3 bedrooms. They're anxious to see them, and we're trying to show them, but we just haven't got them to where we can completely show them and sell them yet.
We'd add to every time we sell a home to an investor, we're increasing the supply of rental homes on the market, right? And that helps keep prices down. Every time that we put a home on the market, even if it sells to an investor, that's an opportunity for an employee to come to town. Are we as excited as everybody to make sure that those employees come in? Yeah, we're several $1 million deep, and we got to sell homes, right? If we're going to keep selling homes, we have to start by selling homes. And right now, the only solution to that is to make the same amendment that was made for the other development group, and that is to allow us to sell to investors so that we can keep increasing housing supply, keep employees coming, keep the rents down, and keep building homes. Because we would like to start on the next set But obviously that's tough to do when these aren't met. I will point out again, local contractors, we're very proud of these homes. We're excited to have anybody that would like come out and see them. You know, it's Accurate Electric and Superior Plumbing. Of course, Smoky Hill's done all the infrastructure. Calabrese Heating and Air, CCG Concrete. We're very, very proud of the local contractors that have worked very hard to build a high-quality, high-efficiency home at a price point that is unheard of. Even with the programs applied, we know you truly can't build a home for what we're selling them for. But that's a commitment we made and that we're going to see through.
I know the real estate market's changed. Do they have open houses to show this product?
Yes, and we've had open houses. Again, the homes, similar homes nearby, we've had dozens of open houses, sometimes back to back. And again, people come through and like the product, but if they're in a mortgage right now that's 3%, and the thought is to buy a new home and go to 7% and pay an extra $500 or $600 a month just in interest, people aren't interested. And that's going to have to change.
And I think they're scared. We're seeing people not willing to contract without having their first house sold, and that's not been the case in the last 4 years. So people have just been buying and saying, well, sell it. They know their other house will sell, and now we're getting contingent offers, and those are like delaying the sales.
There are investors still coming into the market that believe in real estate as a long-term buy. I'm certain that they are mostly cash investors, not out borrowing money at current investor interest rates.
So you're asking for 100 out of the 150 to be available to be purchased by investors, and the 50 has to remain there for sure because of the MIH.
Absolutely.
Right. But I guess what we're looking at is that other 100 doesn't mean they're going to be sold to investors. It just
Correct.
means they may be.
They'd be eligible.
And stuff. So, and again, the other thing I think we discussed when we discussed Southview several years ago is it only applies to the first sale. So you could sell it to me as owner occupied, and I could turn around in 2 to 5 years later and sell it as investment property, and that's fine under this scenario. So that's another thing to kind of keep in mind.
Just asking this next question out of sheer ignorance. Do any of these financing methods place any controls on rent, the amount of rent?
No, the sale price is
Right.
as they referred to, but no, not currently.
That'd be determined by the market. And again, we're increasing the supply, which traditionally helps bring rent down. We're happy to do that.
As I was reviewing this last night, and I'm going to direct this at the investors, and I guess I'd ask you guys to turn to Exhibit G, which is towards the end of our packet. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember you guys coming to us several years ago, and the price started out at $260 and $235.
Correct.
And is the thing that Aero Plains group did is, as they continue to receive incentives, they continue to reduce the price to the investor, which I know as a commissioner I appreciated at that time, because they didn't have to do that, but they were very upfront with us and showed the price drop as they received additional incentives.
Sorry, which?
That's Exhibit G, required housing standards, back there for the.
About 2 from the back.
About 2 from the back, thank you.
And again, I'd forgot about this, but again, I think because of maybe what happened at Southview, if you look at that bottom paragraph there, it does say first sale to an owner-occupied, unaffiliated with developer or related party. Developer may request modifications as a result of unanticipated interest rate or housing market changes. So.
And we've had those.
So that's, I guess, if nothing else, that's even in there that, that gave them kind of the opening to come to us, knowing that, back when they did this, things were pretty rosy, and things have changed. And I guess mine is, I really don't think they're going to sell 100 units to investors. Based on these price points and what the rents will have to be. I can see some employers saying, okay, I'm going to, as a benefit to my employees, I'm going to buy these and I'll rent them out, to help them out. But I really don't see a lot of all these selling to investors. That's my take on it. And again, as a city commissioner, I think you always hope for a project to be successful, and this may be what we need to do at this point to help kickstart this project and make it successful. You know, I'm going to go back, and it's a whole different product, but I look at Stone Lake, you know, that's out there where those homes were built, and it's, again, nothing to do with this, but that's sat vacant for a long time until it kind of had got some momentum, and then it just took off. So, you know, that's kind of what you hope to have happen. So
I think the crux of this issue is that this is a collaborative effort between the city and the investor. And the end result we're looking for is we want basically bodies in these units. And philosophically, whether they're purchased or rented, in my mind, it's still a win regardless of how it's done. And, you know, as a partner in this collaboration, and the market's changed, and all these situations have changed the dynamics of the market, it seems really counterproductive and counterintuitive for us to just, if we have a chance to pivot and allow them, you know, some path, so we get these doors filled. You know, it's in our better interest, I think, to accommodate that request. And I would even make the argument now, and I didn't feel this way at first, but as the conversations continued, I mean, it's a foregone conclusion that these are not going to be all investor-owned properties. And you could make or I could make the argument that why not just the whole 150? Just leave that option open for everything. And, you know, I understand the optics might be a little choppy on that, but to me, the end game is we want workforce in the.
Except we have to have that 50 for their MIH.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. My mistake. I got a little overzealous there, but I just want to see bodies in these doors, so to speak, and so I apologize.
And I think the market will dictate what happens. You know, I mean, so.
And I agree with your comments, but I just have issue that this wasn't laid in place to be a sweet deal for investors.
Oh, it's not. Our contingency left a long time ago, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I understand markets changed and we've had difficult times. So an investor buys one of these properties, it's going to be market rate rent, the sky's the limit?
Market rate, I mean, whatever the market will dictate they can charge for it, which again, increasing supply traditionally drops market rate. So all the rentals, the more market rentals that are available in Salina, Kansas, the less the rent is going to be. So again, putting it out there in the open market like every other rental in town.
Hear that, Commissioner Linkowitz?
No, and I understand that. I mean, in fact, I'm going to offer a little bit of perspective as a property owner and a property manager. I'm seeing a contingent of renters that are kind of waiting the market out. And they're absolutely in the category of potential buyers for something like your product. And they're kind of under renting, and they're kind of getting a lay of the land. They're new to the city, and they're getting a lay of the real estate terrain, so to speak. And, you know, maybe they'll rent for 6 months, a year, and kind of see what their dollar buys in real estate. And also, I think everybody's kind of holding out for those lower interest rates, whether that culminates into something or not, you know, time will tell. But there's absolutely a market for these in the rental end. And again, this is and I'm offering my perspective as a real estate investor, this is on a higher tier in terms of a rental property. I mean, we're talking $200,000+ units, and I did have a chance to walk through a couple of them, and they're very well built, and aesthetically they're very, very pleasing to the eye as well. But it's not like we're going to have like a glut of rental property that is going to somehow encroach on some of the other parts of the market. I mean, we have things in this market, but not as many as some of the lower price points.
And based on the sale price, these rents will not compete against Salina Destination. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. I think that's kind of where I was going with that as well. But
I think that's only common sense, I might add that, because my daughter's just moved to Denver and she's in a 1-bedroom. She would be one of those apartment dwellers, but she's not going to rent one of our 3 bedrooms. That just doesn't make sense.
Right.
So my hope is they come to Salina, they live in one of these apartments, they live there for a while, they find their spouse, and then they come buy one of our properties. But we've got to get to that point. And if we can't get past this, we may have to slow our process. We may have to close down. I mean, we'll do what we're guaranteeing, but we can't go past that. So that's our worry.
I would note all the dynamics that you described are narrative in the housing study. Not necessarily the coming to the market and being in apartments to feel out the market, but being underhoused for lack of an alternative. So part of what we did when we put this whole plan together was say there are housing products, there are segments of the market that we need to target. That's what we've tried to do by way of incentives. And then the interest rate's a different dynamic, but also then the progression that you described, Lance, that they're going to work their way through housing as their life circumstance provides.
I mean, and we talk about apartments and houses. This fills that middle space, someone who wants to rent, but a house. So there may be this other group, particularly if someone's new to town with one kid or spouse, they may not want a traditional apartment. Just be curious to see where the price point falls, but prices have a way of straightening themselves out, because if nobody's leasing it at the price you have, then you got no choice but to lower the price, right?
Correct.
Other questions, discussion?
Oh.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any public comment?
Ben Winhole, Salina. Excuses, excuses, excuses. I saw this coming years ago. When you say you're going to need 2,200 housing units because the jobs are coming, who are you believing? Your three major manufacturers may have told you that. Tony's is totally automated, almost up and running. Kubota, all of their sales, most of their sales are overseas. And when Commissioner Hoppig is told that they're going to be hiring 800 people out at the southern plant, right now there are 600 employees on unemployment from Great Plains. The product's not selling, and that's overseas. It's got nothing to do with what's going on with interest rates here in America. It's what's going on in the world. I think that a lot of things come into play here. When Aero Plains first started this, I think they were wanting to possibly do this down the road. I can't speak for them. I can't speak for the units themselves, but I think they were wanting to cater to One Vision. And the reason why is One Vision doesn't have any employees. It's contract labor. This is known on the streets already. You go 6-month contract. When you get a job at One Vision. If you have a 6-month contract and you don't know if you have a job, you're not going to buy a home. And you have a hard time renting because most leases are 1 year. So if Aero Plains wants to buy all of these units as an incentive to get employees to come here for 6 months, I think that's what was happening all along. Plus, when you look at the regular market, single-family houses here in Salina haven't really come down in price. What you're dealing with here is a product for a little under $200,000 for a slab-on-grade townhome where you only get half of the property. You can't dictate what goes next door to you, so you're going to be apprehensive about even buying one of these properties, not knowing what's going to happen. Southwind, they were all supposed to be owner-occupied. Now they're rentals. Geez, I don't think I'd ever want to buy a property and make that kind of investment, wondering if there's going to be a renter next door that's going to be tearing up the property. That's going to make my investment go down in price also. So you have a lot of different things going on here, but I think the one thing is that Salina needs to look at is none of these type of units are going to sell until you bring jobs to this town. I've said it before, I'll say it again. As long as the jobs aren't coming, they aren't going to sell.
Norman Salina, as Ben said, people are not coming here because these companies do not want to pay any wages. They're going to hire the cheapest wage they can. Right now, these people out here at Vision should be making $43 an hour. That's not including benefits. I used to get that kind of wage. It's assembly line work. So until you get these companies to raise your wages, you're not going to get people to buy houses. They're not going to buy cars, none of it. And you're the one that's responsible for not bringing these people here to have good wages. It's about money. So until you commissioners change your attitude, and for blinders, you got blinders on. This happened 5 years ago. We've seen this coming out in agriculture. The price of land is going down out there in agriculture. We're only getting $5.71 a bushel for our wheat. We're quitting. We can't do it. The bank says, well, come on in, just renew the note. Pay the interest, and we'll renew the note. We're tired of it. Meat should be $35 a pound at the store for what we got to put in it. You're going to let it happen.
Well, I might clarify, the only wages in this town the commission has any authority over is employees of the city of Salina. Anyone else? Bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8266.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8266. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Opposed? Nay.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question? Of the five of us here, how many of us have been renters in our lifetime? Okay. I don't want the word renter to have a negative connotation.
Thank you.
You know, a renter moving in next to you may be the best thing that ever happened to you. They may come watch your mail, walk your dog, fix your fence if it knocks down. We really have to be careful about the way we use words because that carries a lot of power in people's minds. And there's nothing wrong with people renting. They may be renting until they are saving their money up. But, you know, anytime you live in a duplex, that's going to be an issue. If you live in an apartment building, it's an issue. If you live in a city, it's an issue. You have neighbors. They may not be attached to your house, but, you know, there's always going to be people around you. But I don't want anyone to leave here thinking there's something wrong with having renters next to them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that motion carries 4-0. I mean, 4-1. Can I change my vote?
I tried that once.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
I think I was clear on my position, and it's nothing personal. And so, item 6.2, I believe Commissioner Hoppick will be recusing himself.
Yeah, thank you.
Item 6.2, consider authorizing a special assessment engineering feasibility study for Phase 3 of the Wheatland Valley Addition.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you may recall, our special assessment approval process is a two-step process. And step one is coming before the City Commission requesting to utilize special assessment financing and have the City Commission direct the Engineering Division to prepare a feasibility report on the developer's behalf. And so we're talking about the Wheatland Valley Addition, which is located on the east side of Markley Road between the Berkeley Family Recreation Area and Magnolia Hills Estates Addition. And there have been 2 phases done to date. And the first phase 1 was authorized in 2021. And in 2023, Mr. Daly came back and asked for authorization to use specials for his Phase 2 area, and that was approved by the City Commission in December of 2023. And there are 28 building lots in Phase 2, and I'd call your attention to page 4, where I got over optimistic and talking with Mr. Daly ahead of this. On page 4, I indicated that the infrastructure construction is complete in Phase 2. That is not correct. The infrastructure construction is still underway, but he has experienced heavy interest in building in Phase 2, and we've had a number of inquiries about building in Phase 2, but it's not quite ready for new homes to be constructed. But Mr. Daly came to staff and indicated that he wants to move forward with planning for Phase 2 before he runs out of, or Phase 3 before he runs out of lots in Phase 2. And so he submitted this application asking for City Commission approval to utilize special assessment financing for his final phase, which is 21 lots in the northeast corner of the subdivision. And I think you have a highlighted map in your packet that shows where those are. And so we've indicated on page 5 kind of a listing of all the different subdivisions and the number of lots where you have authorized the use of special assessment financing. In some of the most recent ones, like Magnolia Hills Estates number 3 and Stone Lake number 2 and Lakeview Estates number 3 and Overlook Estates, you have authorized the use of special assessment financing, but nothing has happened in those subdivisions in terms of infrastructure construction or anything in the way of infrastructure going into the ground. There is permit activity in Magnolia Hills Estates number 2, Phase 2, in Cedar Ridge Addition along Cedar Ridge Drive, and then on the north side of Cedar Ridge Drive, the Cedar Point Addition. We've just started having interest in that. So the plan, Mr. Daly is planning to continue to build homes in the $325,000 to $450,000 price range. The types of homes haven't really changed, or the square footage, but the construction costs have increased from what was in Phase 1. And so we did an updated check on the multi-list data, and currently there are 12 existing homes on the market that are in that price range. And 3 of those homes of the 12 are located within Phase 1 of Wheatland Valley Addition. The other thing I would note is, based on the cost estimates from the engineer, the specials for Phase 3 would be lower than what we've seen in some of the most recent special assessment benefit areas. However, I'd point out that these lots that are in Phase 3 has already subject to assessments for improvements that were put in as part of Phase 1. So while the new assessments would be lower, they're already subject to assessments that Mr. Daly is paying now. So your options, I guess I would also point out that the finance director has indicated that the city is currently at 39% of its debt limit, and if bonds were issued for this phase, that might increase that indebtedness by 1%. And so we've kind of summarized the areas and number of lots for which you've authorized the use of special assessments. And so a lot of those have lots that are in a higher price range than the lot price that Mr. Daly is proposing. So as far as his Phase 3, your options this evening would be to authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for his Phase 3. You could postpone consideration of this item and provide additional direction to staff or Mr. Daly regarding any information you'd like to receive before taking action. or you could vote to instruct staff not to proceed with preparation of a feasibility report at this time. So as always, the use of special assessments is a discretionary decision on the part of the City Commission on a case-by-case basis, and that's why this is being brought to you this evening. We do have Mr. Daly here, and he's much more familiar with the level of interest he's seeing in his subdivision than staff is, but I'll stand for any technical questions you might have.
Questions? Mr. Daly.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mayor Longbine. My name's Dan Daly, 942 Barlow Drive, Salina, Kansas. I am the owner and operator of Wheatland Development Company. And Mr. Andrews does a great job of explaining the history of properties and projects like this, and it's hard to know what to say after his talk. But what I can tell you is this development has been well received by the real estate community and the marketplace. Phase 1 was completed in 2021, and it had 29 lots in it. Within 18 months of completion of that infrastructure, we were largely sold out. There's a couple lots left in phase 1. And on phase 2, I've had a lot of interest in that because some people want interior lots away from Markley Road, and I presently have written commitments on 18 of the 27 lots in phase 2. So I'm just trying to stay ahead of the curve here. I feel like my job as a developer is to always have product for sale when somebody knocks on my door, and I think I need to start phase 3 moving forward now, because phase 2 should be completed in the spring, at which time I believe I can close on about 70% of those lots a short time after that completion of that infrastructure, and start phase 3. And while phase 3 is being built out, I believe the other lots in phase 2 will be gone before that can be done. So that's why I come before you today, so that we can do some of the steps necessary now and be ready to build out phase 3 when my lots are sold out of phase 2. And any questions I can answer.
So after our previous item, you're not, your confidence is still high in?
My confidence is high, sir, right now because I have 18 commitments in that phase. If I had nothing going on in phase 2, I wouldn't want to start phase 3 now. But I have a good amount of activity in phase 2.
So is it builders that are showing their interest in the property, the lots?
Most of the lots have sold to builders. Some for custom home building, some for spec home building. There have been some lots sold to individuals. So it's a mix of everything, really, that you'd probably expect to see in a product at this level.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Daly? Thank you.
And thank you, gentlemen, for all you do.
So maybe Ms. Driscoll can answer this. My head's kind of, our previous item, is that townhome model just not selling here?
I don't think that's the issue, Mr. Mayor. I think you've got some different things that are going on. The product that Mr. Daly provides are custom higher-end homes. Clearly that market is there, and he's also developing without a development agreement, so the product he's producing, the way he's producing it, how he's selling it is not being dictated by a development agreement. So I think it's a different type of situation in how they're producing that. He can also kind of do these things out in phases where Southview and Aero Plains have committed to very distinct timelines in their development agreements, X amount of units at X amount of time. So there are a lot of different things going on there, I think. And clearly the product is selling. It's just not selling the way that the development agreement anticipates, to owner occupied. They're selling to a different type of owner. That doesn't mean the unit doesn't sell.
Yeah, and I think it's also a reflection of the polarization in America. Those who are doing well are doing very well, and those who are struggling are struggling. And I think that's why you know, it's not unique to Salina, but it's harder to sell a house to those at lower incomes, those making a lot of money. It's just a question of, you know, what type of marble countertop they want in the kitchen, and the inside of the house may be more valuable than what goes on outside. It's you know, some parts of our market probably are doing well. We can only hope that people buying those houses own companies which are employing a lot of other people.
Yeah, and I think the market for first-time home buyers has become more difficult. Mr. Daly's customers are probably coming in with equity from a previous property, and
yeah, they're not typically a first-time home buyer product.
Right.
It's not to say that they won't be or can't be, but they're not typically correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Bring this, any public comment? Bring this back for action.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Okay. I move to authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for Phase 3 of Wheatland Valley Addition for future consideration by the City Commission.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for Phase 3 of Wheatland Valley Addition for future consideration by the City Commission. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We'll welcome back Commissioner Hoppeck. Item 6.3.
Item 6.3 deals with design review board updates and consists of 2 action items. Item 6.3A is to consider approval of ordinance number 24-11230, amending City of Salina Municipal Code sections 2-206 through 2-211 and adding a new section 2-212. And item 6.3B is to consider approval of resolution number 24-8264, updating the design guidelines and design review matrix for downtown Salina.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll just try to hit a few highlights on this, but the City of Salina has had a downtown design review board since 1986, when a lot of the initial public improvements and plazas and things were done to the downtown area. And for the first 14 years of its life, the Design Review Board was administered by Salina Downtown Incorporated. And then in 2001, administration and support for the Downtown Design Review Board was transferred over to the City Planning Division. So the City Planning Division accepts applications, works with the board, and prepares presentations for those downtown projects. So what you have in front of you this evening is both an ordinance and a resolution. The ordinance, it sets out the powers and the process for the Downtown Design Review Board. It was done by ordinance, and in 2008 the City Commission adopted a set of design guidelines for downtown Salina. And those downtown design guidelines are used by the Design Review Board to review projects and to make decisions on those projects. And so those were shared with the Downtown Board of Advisors, the current or the Design Review Board at the time and the City Commission felt that those should be adopted by resolution. And then there's another use of the design guidelines, and the city has historically funded a facade grant program whereby SDI can give matching funds to building owners to make facade improvements, and one of the program guidelines for eligibility is that the project has to be reviewed by the Design Review Board and found to meet the city's design guidelines. Back in 2016, a city commission adopted an ordinance that made a number of clarifying amendments to the Downtown Design Review Board based on input from those same bodies and from city staff and city attorney's office. And so those were presented to and adopted by the city commission. But then the city commission, a little over a year later, there was a comprehensive sweeping amendment that I recall amended 29 different sections of the city code where the term Lee District was used. And so the term Lee District was eliminated, and the Salina Business Improvement District number 1 was substituted back. What recently staff became aware of that when that was done in 2017, the base document that was used for those amendments was the prior Downtown Design Review Board ordinance, and so the amendments adopted in 2016 were actually inadvertently repealed in 2017. So the purpose of this text amendment is to reinstate those 2016 changes, and then there are just a few other clarifications that makes it a little more clear about what projects downtown are exempt from the design review process, and clarifies that if there are no design guidelines to apply to a project, it's not subject to design board review. And then just a third clarification is if you have a project that does not comply with city zoning or city building codes or the downtown ACE district code, then that project is not going to be taken before the design review board because it will not result in any meaningful action. And so there are no substantive changes proposed to the design review guidelines. As part of those guidelines, there's what we call a design review matrix, and it's attached as an appendix. And what that matrix spells out is that there are a number of projects that you can do downtown where the review is performed administratively by staff, and there are other more substantial changes that have to be reviewed by the design review board, and that matrix is incorporated into the design guidelines and would be incorporated into any action on proposed resolution 24-8264. So there are two different action items, and there are alternatives associated with each. And so the first action item is consideration of adoption of Ordinance 2411-230, and you could approve the proposed amendments as drafted and recommended by staff and the city's legal counsel. You could approve those amendments with any additions, deletions, or modifications to the text that you believe are appropriate. You could postpone consideration this evening if you think that additional information is needed before taking action, or you could maintain the status quo and decide that the amendment should not be made, and then you could vote to deny Ordinance 2411-230. So if you were to deny the proposed ordinance, that means that the 2016 changes that were adopted and published would still not be in effect. And so as it relates to the guidelines in the design review matrix, you could approve the updates to the design guidelines and matrix as drafted and recommended by staff by approving the attached resolution. You could approve those updates with any modifications you thought were appropriate. You could postpone action on the guidelines and design review matrix to a future meeting date to allow additional information to be provided, or you could maintain the status quo and decline to approve the attached resolution, and that would leave the design guidelines and design review matrix unchanged. And so staff's recommendation is alternative 1 for each of those 2 items.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Andrew? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is any other staff input on this item? Any public comment? We'll bring this back for action on these 2 items.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve the proposed amendments to Section 2-206 and 2-211 and the addition of Section 2-212 to the DRB ordinance as drafted and recommended by staff and the city's legal counsel, and approve ordinance number 24-11230.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the proposed amendments to Section 2-201, 206, and 2-211, and the addition of Section 2-2112 to the DRB ordinance as drafted and recommended by staff and the city's legal counsel, and approve ordinance number 24-11230. All in favor, say aye.
I think we need a roll call. It's an ordinance.
Is that a roll call? That's an ordinance. Ms. Clerk, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankwitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. That carries 5-0.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve the proposed updates to the design guidelines for downtown Salina and design review matrix as drafted and recommended by staff and the city's legal counsel by approving resolution number 24-8264.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve proposed updates to the design guidelines for downtown Salina and design review matrix as drafted and recommended by staff and the city's legal counsel by approving resolution number 24-8264. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. And I lost track of item 6.4. There it is.
Item 6.4 is to consider approval of ordinances numbered 24-11228 and 24-11229, correcting the annexation and zoning of the 80.42 acre tract of land at the southwest corner of Waterwell Road and Centennial Road for the Salina Airport Authority Project 80.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This one gives you 2 ordinances for the price of 1. You can adopt them both in a single motion. But if we look back to July of 2024 of this year, you passed 2 ordinances, and those ordinances annexed and rezoned what is known as the Airport Industrial Center Number 3 subdivision, and that was brought to you for property at the southwest corner of Waterwell Road and Centennial Road. At the time that was brought before the commission and the descriptions were prepared by the Airport Authority surveyors, the final plat had not been yet submitted and finalized, and when that final plat was submitted and reviewed, the county surveyor determined that an incorrect monument was used to establish the center of that section. And so as a result of identifying the correct monument, the legal description of the final plat as it was presented and approved differs from what was annexed and zoned in July. So the result of that is that as it stands today, the western portion of this subdivision as it is final platted is outside the city limits and is still zoned Saline County agricultural. So the 2 ordinances that are before you correct and repeal the legal descriptions in the annexation ordinance, section 2 of the annexation ordinance, and the legal description in section 1 of the zoning ordinance. And the ordinance descriptions simply shift the boundary to the west so that we're making sure that the entire subdivision is annexed and zoned. And then that boundary will also be used in the 2024 corporate boundary resolution, which will be considered by you in December. So I want to thank the city's surveyor, John Harvey, who assisted with identifying this and identifying the correct fix, and then Mr. Bankston has helped us do this in the correct manner so that we're only amending the legal descriptions and not changing anything else. So the result of your action tonight will be the entire subdivision, the entire boundary of what the industrial warehouse project that's looking to purchase land out there will have all of their purchase be inside the city limits and be appropriately zoned. So your options would be to adopt the two ordinances, 2411-228 and 2411-229, and those would correct and repeal the annexation, section 2 of the annexation ordinance and section 1 of the zoning ordinance that occurred in July. In the alternative, you could postpone consideration this evening to a future meeting date if you feel you need additional information about this corrective action, or you could decline to approve the corrective ordinances, then that would leave a portion of the subdivision outside the city limits. And so we recommend alternative 1 as just a cleanup action. But the subdivision actually grew by about 15 feet when it was resurveyed for the final plat. So.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Very good. Any public comment? We'll bring this back for action.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Andrew and I certainly collaborated in preparation of the ordinance, but I'm going to have to withdraw his offer of the two for one. I think we probably better have the record reflect the roll call on the separate considerations.
Very good.
It was a good idea, but I think it would be better.
So much for being efficient.
Yeah, so much for that.
So just to verify, 2411228 is repealing 2411213. Is that correct, Mr. Andrew? You can just shake your head, and that way I'll move on. But
241128 is annexation, and 11213 is the annexation. And so 11228 is correcting and repealing Ordinance 2411-213.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Okay.
It is important as well to make reference specifically to the section number.
Right. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Mayor Longbine, I move we approve ordinance number 24-1128, correcting and repealing section 2 of ordinance number 24-11213, which left portions of the Airport Industrial Center number 3 subdivision outside of the city and zone Saline County 8 Ag.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11228, correcting and repealing section 2 of ordinance number 24-11213. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, we have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve ordinance number 24-11229, correcting and repealing section 1 of ordinance number 24-11214, which left portions of the Airport Industrial Center number 3 subdivision outside of the city and zone Saline County Ag.
Second.
Okay, I got lost on that one.
Okay, ordinance number 241129 is correcting and repealing section 1 of the ordinance 11214.
There we go. Okay. Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number...
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
It's getting to be a long night.
You guys are working well together, though. I'll give you that.
Ordinance number 24-11214.
No, ordinance 2411229.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ordinance number 24-11229. Yeah, I'm still lost.
Okay.
What was the first ordinance?
Correcting and repealing.
Correcting and appealing.
Section 1.
Section 1 of the Airport Industrial Center, number 3. Okay. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankwitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. That ordinance passes 5-0. Thank you. Other business. Anything the commissioner would like to bring forward? Bring us to Citizens Forum. If you have a comment of something not on our agenda.
One thing. We typically do the city manager's review at the end of the year. Is there been a decision to push that back 2 weeks, or just?
Yes, the mayor and I spoke, and I completely concur from my perspective. I think the timing is such that just want to give you enough time to coordinate amongst yourselves and then go from there.
Did you get the email with there was an email that went out to us with the form to fill out the review?
I probably did, but that's probably not the question you need to ask me, which is, did I open it and read it?
I guess the question is, did you bring your homework?
No, I'll be in the assistant principal's office, but I'll get that to you.
Working on it.
You're right. Okay.
Anything else? Okay, Citizen Forum.
Ben Winhill, Salina. I want to do a rebuttal for Commissioner Davis's comment on renters. I've been in the trade for 45 years in service and repair. A lot of those were for landlords and their properties. Even though you are correct, not all renters are bad, but a lot of them are. And the things that I have saw in my 45 years, and I would probably concur that Commissioner Linkowitz has probably seen some of this too, since he's in the business, would make me, as a potential homeowner and investing what will be the biggest and most important purchase of my life, to think that I might have a renter next door to me. Being it good, being it bad, I don't want to take that chance. And that's what I'm getting at, is a lot of these people don't want to take that chance on buying half of a house called a townhome and then not knowing what's going to go on that. Now, a lot of the renters that you get is also based on the landlords. Landlords can be good, landlords can be bad. I've seen so many properties as I drive around town, so many properties that are dilapidated, and I know that they're rental properties, and the landlords aren't doing anything to fix them up. So, and I know Commissioner Linkowitz is not like that with all the properties that he has, so he probably has better renters. But those landlords who don't take care of their properties are going to get people that aren't going to do anything. And they're going to tear it up. They're going to move out in the middle of the night. And they're going to do all kinds of things because they don't care. It's not their property. So Even though I agree with partial, I, as an individual, would not want to invest in something knowing that there is a possibility there's going to be a renter next door to me, next to my investment. Thank you.
Lauren Lionel, Salina. The good times are over. This started back in 1955. You better be addressing drone security issues. They can come in under the radar. Haven't you read the news? They can shoot us up. Are you going to provide security around here? They can. They can come in under the radar at the airport. The U.S. military currently has personal and military weapons on station and en route in the area in the Far East. We're going to war. Let it happen. I guess us old vets going to have to step up because we whipped them before. We'll do it again. We showed them how. When Russia invaded Afghanistan, the guy asked the question at a meeting. He says, "What happened?" I says, "We kicked their ass." Everybody says, "That's right. It's us veterans that do this." You've never addressed our veterans issue in the past, have you, Mr. Mayor? You said you were going to recognize us veterans in November, and you didn't do it. Shame on you. Shame on you. This baby box provides access to commit crimes. It's in the news in other cities. You're actually providing access for a crime to be committed because the baby was dead. Newton's law. For every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. Ford County has filed a lawsuit on the plastic issue. Weiss and Saline County, the city of Salina, filed a lawsuit. They're getting rid of plastics. McPherson County has passed a resolution. There will be no more solar farms or wind towers. I'm going to back up. You cannot read plates on these vehicles. You're wanting this reader position because we're pulling trailers behind these pickups. They can't read them. I've talked to law enforcement about it. So you're wasting money. You got water issues. Now we got burial issues in Milford. They're going to drain the lake. If they find human bodies, Native Americans, they may drain that lake. I've been talking to the Corps of Engineers about this. You got a lot more problems. And yes, you can control the wages. The government has forced workers to comply. Even an elected official addressed this issue. So you can control the wages. The government can do it. Even an elected official addressed this. And to raise money, let's sell all these sculptures in the art collection. They're worth a lot of money. They wanted me to give my statue to the city here. I ain't doing it.
Anyone else?
There are a lot of things we can argue about. Fortunately, there's one or two things we can't.
Your name, please.
Oh, Ken Ritz. Can't argue with that. In Salina. Arithmetic is arithmetic. When you say that 7.1% interest rates are atrociously high, well, the rates historically, there's a very good record. Find some longtime bankers and bring them in and ask them, or have them write it all out for you. It's really the 3.1% mortgage rate that was unusually low and especially persistent. So it's well not to get locked into the present and not look both to the future, but definitely to the past. Wages in Salina in ordinary jobs, that's easy to ascertain those, and it's gone up tremendously in many areas. And inflation, we've had far higher rates of inflation in the past than we've had the last 3 or 4 years. And an epidemic is exceptional, and we botched it. Sorry, Mayor, we even botched it here. So anyway, I will run off. We've had a cost of living index, federal publication since about 1909 or 1910. I will run copies of that for you folks. Now, it'll be $1 a sheet. What with inflation? Used to be a dime. No, anything to do electronically has come down in cost. If you have a cell phone, no one needs to explain that to you. Things that are labor intensive have gone up a lot, and that reflects the fact that not just the well-to-do are weller doing now than they used to be, but folks at the bottom end. We really need to map things out, and we can do that. There are excellent histories and what have you, and we're this kind of biased political or religious issue that we're making. Make it where that's all you can make, but not where there are other tools that I think you'll all agree on, but you have to have them first. So anyway, I will do that cost of living doings because you need, I think you should look at that with the legislation that you passed about tying wages, including your own, to cost of living. I don't know if we get another 17 or 18% annual wage or cost increase, if the formula you've come up with, I don't know if you're really going to want to try to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Ritz.
So anyway, okay. Well,
thank you.
Well, and
we look forward to your report.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, we do have an executive session scheduled. We'll look for time, and I will ask for a 5-minute break.
Okay, so we're going to go 45 plus a 5. Thank you. What's that? Make it, what, 7:15? Okay. Mayor Longvine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 45 minutes, following a 5-minute break to discuss with legal counsel the subject of legal considerations and points of negotiation related to the City of Salina's current and proposed agreements with the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:15. Is that what you said?
Yep. Okay. I'll second that.
You did include the 5-minute break?
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session after a 5-minute break for 45 minutes to discuss with legal counsel considerations of the Salina Chamber of Commerce proposal. We will resume in this room at 7:15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, in addition to yourselves, attendees will be myself, the City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, and Finance Director Debbie Pack. While technically you could take action, I don't anticipate any public action coming out of the executive session.
Okay, we'll see you back here at 7:15. Hey, we are back in open session, and we are going to request more time.
Mayor Longby, I move the City Commission recess an executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with legal counsel the subject of legal considerations and points of negotiation related to the City of Salina's current and proposed agreements with the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:37.
Second. I have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for an additional 20 minutes, and the open meeting will resume in this room at 7:37. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mayor and Commissioners, once again, attendees in addition to yourselves will be myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy Manager Wood, Assistant City Manager Hennessy, and Finance Director Debbie Pack. And technically, I guess you could take action, but none is expected.
Okay, we are back in regular session and we have no action to take.
Mayor Longbine, I move we adjourn.
Second that.
Motion is second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned and we will return December 23rd.